Watch that tail. Cat, Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Just letting you know, I have a bit of a headache today. But I decided we're gonna power through and we're gonna do our thing. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Welcome back, everybody. Don't assume my time zone. Don't assume that I meant this afternoon. I could be referring to an afternoon in the far future. I need something a little more upbeat because I'm getting sleepy. Getting sleepy with those tones. I have a bit of a headache. Today. Casey and I looked good at the wedding. You're damn right we did. I got laid at the wedding. It was, it's got fancy little shells on it. Miss Poopy, don't bat at it. Don't swat it. Nope. She wants to bap it. She says, give me that. She says, give me that. Mine. No, during the ceremony, they had all of the kids. And we all got one of these. It's very nice. It's got, it's from Hawaii. It's got all these tiny... Miss Poopy, get your tail out of the way! It's got all these tiny little shells. Oh my god, Miss... being a terror. Hands off my leg, Miss Poopy. She said, give me that. She said, give me that. Give me that right now. No. It's not yours, Miss. Been increasingly angry for years now. Left and blocked a violent long-term GF today. Sounds like exactly the presentation I need. Hell yeah, my friend. Hell yeah, my friend. Yeah, today's presentation is all about anger. Well, you're right to be angry. We're going to talk about how anger isn't an inherently bad thing. It's just when it's mismanaged and we get carried away by it that it becomes destructive. There are things in this world that you should be angry about. So... It's about how we channel those feelings. And it's about turning them into something meaningful and productive instead of something isolating and destructive. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Sorry. My apologies. I'm not trying to put anybody to sleep. I'm just feeling kind of out of it today. But I'm gonna bring what I got, and I'm gonna lay it out on the table, and you know, you're welcome to eat it. How did you even do that? What did you hit? Okay, there we go. Look so cute. It was a lot of fun. It was a fancy wedding. Playing RuneScape in another window. No, this is the I switched to a different playlist, and this one has a bunch of songs from video games and movies and this one's from Wii Sports Resort. Very dapper. Thank you. I had to go get a new suit. I had to go get one that would fit my dad body. Alright, everybody, so here's the drill. We're gonna do some questions, we've got a presentation, and then we'll see what happens. Power through for as long as I can. And then afterwards, I'm probably gonna go take a nap. I missed the cowboy hat. The cowboy hat will be back. Don't worry. Cowboy hat. It'll be back. Here you go. This one's for all of the Nintendo Wii fans. Got one question in the box so far. I kind of want to just get into it. I'm saving all of my brain power for answering questions and presenting the topic. So I don't have any extra left for banter. don't have time to be goofing around. I'm a man on a mission. So we're gonna hit the ground running today. This is a good question, and we'll have plenty to talk about from this one, so let's get going. I still hold resentment for what some people have done to me in the past. Is it best to let go? Yes, but I'll explain why. I feel like letting go and forgetting what happened can make me trust the wrong people again. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. What is your opinion? Is resentment bad? Generally speaking, it's not good. Resentment kind of eats away at you. And you have a way of putting a lot of time and energy into avoiding that pain. And so, even though, the song threw me for a loop. This one was... The song threw me for a loop. I was just completely sideswiped by that one. I'm just like... I got thrown for a loop. Give me a minute to gather my thoughts. I'm running a little slow today. Ultimately, letting go is a good thing, because when you hold on to pain, that teaches you to anticipate pain. The pains that you hold on to, you end up living your life around them. You start to do things in the name of that pain. I can't do this because of that pain, or I must do that because of this pain. And so the best thing to do with that pain is to let it go, and to stop letting it tell you how to live your life. Letting go is not the same thing as forgetting. It just is your way of saying this no longer affects me. If we hold on to old resentments and they make us distrustful, it might make us hard to trust in anyone, even ourselves. The thing about holding on to resentment and pain and these sorts of things is we feel justified in carrying them. This is the whole paradox, or one of the many paradoxes within the human psyche. It's full of them. It's full of them. Anyway, we hold on to pain because we try to protect ourselves from future pain. That's why we do it. This thing hurt. I don't want it to happen again, so I better hold on to it. We will also sometimes hold on to things for far longer than we need to, because when we hold on to something for a long time, we have a way of convincing ourselves that it needs to be there. It's always been here. It's been here as long as I can remember. That means it should be here. The reason why we want to learn how to let go of these types of things is because it creates space for us to fill with love, joy, happiness. You know, pain makes it hard. Pain takes up space within you. You know, it teaches you how to close off your heart. You know, we have these ways of putting all these walls up, building these fortresses, you know, so that we feel safe and so that no one can ever hurt us. But in many ways, these walls we put up end up becoming our prison. It's important to learn how to let these things go and to move past these things, you know, for yourself as well as for others. You know, not only do we hold on to resentment towards others, we also hold on to resentment for ourselves, don't we? You know, how could I have been so foolish? How could I have said that thing or done that thing? If only I hadn't done that or said that, or if I had done this instead, then things would have been just perfect, right? It's what we do. Every moment that you spend mulling over the past is a moment that you are losing right here and now. This doesn't mean that we shouldn't look back to the past. This doesn't mean that we shouldn't look back and learn from the things that have happened to us. But if we're constantly revisiting old pains, we are making them modern pains. We're taking that pain that did happen and we're making it into pain right now. And so that's what resentment does for you. Within the internal structure of our psyche, we don't want the foundation to be built out of anger, resentment, grief, shame. Letting go means tearing all of those structures down so that you can build something new. So there are going to be moments in your life where you find yourself feeling resentful, and that's okay. Just don't feel like you need to carry it forever. Letting go of resentment does not mean that you haven't learned whatever you needed to learn from whatever happened. You know, if someone betrayed your trust and that hurt you deeply, that doesn't mean that you can never trust again. You know, if we live life trying to avoid pain, it's just gonna guarantee a life of pain. So feel what you need to feel, honor those feelings, validate your feelings, and then ask yourself, do I need to keep this? Maybe you've outgrown it, like an old piece of clothing. You know, maybe it no longer fits, maybe it's tattered and torn, maybe it's long out of fashion. Do we need it to take up space? Especially if it just reminds us of old pain? Eventually, we're gonna have to let go of everything. That's a bummer, I know. Can't take any of this with us. You live a mortal life and time moves in one direction. So, how much of that time that you have do you want to spend clinging to old pains? Anything you don't need, you can let go of. You can keep the lesson, but you can let the anger go. You can keep what you've learned. You know, I need to be more mindful of who I put trust in. That's fine. That's good. You should do that. But the anger, the resentment, that we don't need. Glad you guys are enjoying the music. Glad you're enjoying the music. You see what I mean about letting things go? We often hold on to things because we think we're going to need them. But you might not need the entirety. You might not need the whole thing. You know, there might be a lot of extra weight that's packed in with that thing that you can let go of. You know, we can learn the lesson, we can carry that knowledge with us, but what we don't need to hold on to is the resentment. Resentment is one of those things that will just eat away at you over time. It'll make you suspicious, it'll make you avoidant, it will bar you off from higher levels of joy and love and comfort. Don't let the walls that you put up to protect you become your prison. Hello. Update on moving out of abusive parents' house after moving in due to insane financial hardship about 1.5 years ago. I love the updates to this story. I'm seated for this one. Oh, by the way, before we get into it, I'm gonna put a presentation together that incorporates a lot of the ideas in that book that we've been reading for the book club, especially in the ones about letting go of pain. So we'll have that to look forward to here in the next few days. So that should be a good one. Alrighty, I'm sat for this update. I'm sat. Let's do it. Here's the update. Mom is tweaking out. We knew that was gonna happen. She would have been tweaking out if you were still there. She didn't need any reason to tweak out. She was gonna find something to tweak out on regardless, because based on everything you've told us before, that just seems like that's just what she does. For some reason, she either forgot that we told her we were moving the day before we left, or she thought we were bluffing, which is weird because who would bluff about something like that? She would. That's why she thought you would do it. A lot of times what happens is whenever somebody comes up to you and accuses you of doing something and you're like, what? Why would I even do that? It's because that's something that they would probably do. That's why they thought of it. That's why it came to mind. They took it from their own playbook. I'm never one to say shit that I do not mean. Well, you must have gotten that from your dad. She says to me, you know you just say stuff sometimes. Projection much? Anyway, she was literally asking me for my partner's parents' address and phone numbers. Okay. He's 26 and I'm 28, by the way. At that point, I realized I was messing with a bigger demon than I initially thought. I did not realize how infantilized I was in her own head. Did I use that word right? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, yeah, she's treating you like a child. You're a full-ass adult. She went on to say that you lied to me about your partner's employment for 10 days. Mind you, she made that number up. Also, my partner quit his job because, you guessed it, we were about to move to another state. This is infuriating yet so satisfying. Just so you know, you don't have to play her game anymore. You kind of did whenever you lived with her because in order to keep the peace, you kind of have to play along. And, you know, be a peacemaker and, you know, be like, okay, yeah, don't worry about it. All right, here you go. Yeah, just, you know, to save yourself the grief. But you don't have to anymore. And so now whenever she approaches you with nonsense, you can respond with, are you okay? You seem kind of stressed. Is everything all right? I don't see what the problem is. Why are you yelling? If she's in a really elevated emotional state, she's gonna try to get you into a really elevated emotional state so that she has someone to play with. She could have said, how did it go? How's the move? Are you settling in okay? You know, there's all sorts of other things she could have said that would have been, you know, much more... I'm trying to pick between a dozen adjectives that mean good. There's all sorts of other things. She's gonna need to learn how to get a handle on her emotions because she's kind of taking those and dragging you into it. You know, you just moved. I can think of so many nicer things to say outside of just coming across as being like accusatory and, you know, accusing you of bluffing and just misleading and like... Maybe the space will allow her to develop. I truly hope so. Well, hope so. Yeah, we hope so. Sometimes people wake up one day and they're like, you know what? I am the common denominator in all of my life's problems, and so if I want to fix my life, I need to get my shit together. You know, some people wake up and have that moment. For some people, it happens when they're in their 20s. For some, it's in their 50s. You know, but we love to see it. Better late than never, right? Sometimes what ends up happening when parents find this growth later in life, and I'm not saying that this is how it's going to play out because I'm not a fortune teller, but this is just kind of what happens sometimes. You know, a parent can get away with their crappy behavior because you're their kid and they've exposed you to it for so long, and you start to just think that it's normal and it just goes on for far too long. And then you grow up and you move out, and now they've got no one to direct that towards. They've got no one to direct that energy towards, and so it finds its way out into other areas of their life until they finally meet somebody who's going to call them out on their bullshit. And then, maybe then they'll be like, okay, yeah, you know what? I can't get away with this anymore. I'm going to actually have to get my shit together. So this is why giving people space can help people to grow. Because if I just stay around and I just let you continue to treat me however you've been treating me, you know, I tolerated it because we were related, right? Like, I put up with you because we had an obligation. You know, the whole family thing. Now that you're out of the picture, she's going to have to direct that somewhere else, and she's probably going to direct it in locations where people just aren't going to sit down and take it. And so she's going to be put in a position where she's going to have to do some more reflection and hopefully learn some accountability. Otherwise, she might find herself pretty distanced from people. So yeah, just recognize that she will talk about herself by talking about you. You know what I mean? That's what these types of parents do. They talk about themselves by talking about you. You know, they'll accuse you of all sorts of things, and isn't it just so funny that all of the things that they accuse you of are all of the same exact things that they do? That's why they're so aware of it. That's why they always want to point it out in others, because it's something that they're insecure about within themselves. That's why they're always pointing out in everybody else. But hey mom, you know what? I'll give my partner your information, and if they need to get in contact with you, they will. But I don't... You know, whenever your punching bag moves away, you've got to find something else to hit. And the things that you find to hit might not be as soft. You know, sometimes we feel bad about putting distance, especially when it's a family relationship. You know, we feel like family's supposed to support each other, family's supposed to love each other, they're supposed to stand by each other. Sometimes you don't get that, and sometimes you just have to give them space, you know? Clearly you've got some growing to do, so I'm going to leave you to it. Like, I understand why it would be important to have other people's contact information, but you typically don't want to, like, you can get a feeling whether they're doing it out of a desire to protect you. You know, they just in case, you know, if something happens, I can't get in contact with you, or, you know, and, you know, you're in a different state, you know. But I feel like you got the impression that her motives might be a little, maybe something else going on there. By the way, how does it feel to be free? You know, now that you're a safe distance away from her temper tantrums, it's okay to laugh. You're out of the danger zone. It's okay to, you know... I've been trying to settle myself, it's a lot better. in the coming weeks and months, you're probably gonna realize, you know, all of the different ways that you had been stressed out just being there and having to live at your family's house. There's just gonna be little things that pop up and you're like, huh, I don't have to be worried about that. It was crazy that I had to be worried about that in the first place. You know, and so there's gonna be a lot of those little moments where you're gonna kind of be like, huh. And you'll feel a little bit more free. The thing about freedom is that it can take a little while to settle in. You know? You have to adjust to it. I'll give you another example. You know, like sometimes when you graduate school and now you're like, well, what do I do now? It's like you do whatever you want to do. You know, that existing structure is now gone. And you get to decide what that new structure is. And that's what you're doing now. That old structure is gone, and you're building the new one. There might be parts of you that are still on high alert because it's still fresh, you know? You've had to learn how to, you know, navigate their moods, walk on eggshells, you know, and you're going to realize, oh, it's okay for me to do these things. It's okay for me to laugh and have fun and watch what I want to watch and cook what I want to cook, clean when I want to clean. I would say when you're feeling nice and settled in, just take some time to, you know, just do something relaxing. You know, you and the family. A nice, you know, signifier of that new chapter. Yes. You're in the process of rewiring your brain because you're so, you know, you spent quite a bit of time there. You said you were there for about a year and a half, right? And so, you know, you're out of the war zone and now you gotta readjust to life back home. So make a priority of feeling safe and comfortable and loved, and, you know, this cat she keeps grabbing me. She keeps grabbing me saying, hey, I'm not done. Keep petting me. Hello, Papa. Hey, Andros, how's it going? Also, don't forget, we're celebrating for you. We're celebrating with you, you know? This is a W. We've been waiting for this for a while, haven't we? We've been waiting for a minute, right? Yes, watch out. I need to be able to see where I'm typing so that I can send my W. What you'll come to find is that every day you feel a little bit more free. Certain things might pop up and you might feel anxiety, you know, echoes of old situations. You know, you might still feel like, how's mom gonna feel about this? What's mom gonna say about this? What am I gonna do if mom gets angry about this? And then you remember, oh yeah, I don't give a shit anymore. It doesn't matter. I'm free. So there's going to be a lot of those little moments where you're like, uh-oh, and then you're going to be like, wait, actually I'm good. Whatever game this is from, this is by Bone Dry Dunes from Mario Kart 8. Is there going to be a Prezi today? Would you be mad if there wasn't?
You want me 1,000 times. Memories can kill ya.
Why do they keep... there's these lo-fi playlists that I would play on stream, and they keep adding new songs to them, and some of them have lyrics, and I'm just like, get it out of here. I don't listen to lo-fi to listen to words. Alright? I know someone who needs this presentation. Is it you? Hey, Papa and chat. This is my second question, hee hee. But I've developed a new desire to be out in the sun and more. Okay. Microphone, don't do this to me today. I already have a headache. Don't do this to me, microphone. Okay. Microphone, I need you to lock the fuck in. I've developed a new desire to be out in the sun and water more so than ever. It started after I got access to a pool. From there, it's been about 2 to 3 months, and I'm still highly addicted to being in the pool and in the sun. Before this, I would spend days without leaving the house or going outside. I'd blame the heat, and I was always tired. Then, like a switch flipped on, I am a maniac. To the point where, when I am unable to go do my sun time, or if something is keeping me from the pool that day, I get agitated and low energy. What do you think happened, or what is happening? How can I train myself to do this in moderation? The reason why you feel stressed when you aren't able to do these things is because these things became stress relievers for you. And when you don't have those stress relievers, what are you left with? Stress. You've added a few new things to your self-care toolkit. Let's look at it that way. You have a toolkit. Whenever I'm feeling some type of way and I want to feel better, I open it up and I find whatever's inside. And so a toolkit, when it comes to our self-care, it should be balanced. It should have plenty to choose from, because some days it's going to rain, some days it's going to be too cold to go to the pool, and we're going to need other things to do. So, what do I think happened? Well, you're learning how to take better care of yourself. You're learning how to look after your own needs. You're learning how to emotionally regulate. These are all good things. These are all good things. And so I would try to find some other things that you could also add to it, because a toolkit's not very useful if it only has a hammer and a screwdriver in it. Like, I can get a lot done with a hammer and a screwdriver, but sometimes you need a drill, sometimes you need a saw. Wow, this got very dadly very quickly. I would just, maybe make a list. The things that I like to do to take good care of myself. And then you can always revisit the list whenever you feel like you're out of ideas. Or when it's, it's too hot, it's too cold, it's rainy, it's snowy. You have different things for different situations. You have stuff that you can do inside, you have stuff that you can do outside, you have stuff that you can do alone, you have stuff that you can do with other people. Now, this is your second question, so I'm going to tie it into the first question because they are related. That newfound freedom is what's helping to encourage you to do things that you want to do, because you feel like, I don't have to answer to anybody. I can go to the pool, I can go out in the sun, I can have fun without somebody coming up behind me and saying, hey, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you having fun? Don't you know that I need the driveway pressure washed? Don't you know that I need somebody to sweep out the attic? Somebody's gotta go chase all the spiders out of the garage. Get to it. You're finding new ways to celebrate your newfound freedom, so keep adding to that list. Keep adding to that list. The thing about freedom, especially when we come from a position of feeling stuck or trapped, freedom can be a little bit scary, can be a little bit intimidating. That's okay. Sometimes discomfort means that you're moving in the right direction. So is there anything that you've ever wanted to learn how to do? A hobby or skill? Is there a book that you've always wanted to read, or something a topic that you've always wanted to learn more about? All of these things contribute to your growth, and that's ultimately what it is that we're working on here. You're working on your self-care and your growth. You know, it's like, you ever find a new show that you're interested in, and so you just binge it, you watch every episode, you watch all the seasons, and it's only been, a couple days or like a week or so, and you're like, wow, really ran through that, didn't I? Whenever we find a new recreational activity, we can sometimes binge that a little bit too. And this is why it's good to have variety and routine, because we don't want to get burnt out on the stuff that makes us comfortable. If we go to the pool every single day, I don't know, I could probably go to the pool every day. That's probably not a good example. That's probably one of the few things I probably wouldn't get sick of. My whole point was, if you ate the same food every day, if you did the same thing every day, even if you once really enjoyed it, you might not be able to maintain that same level of excitement forever. Which is why it's good to mix it up. You'd get tired of the chlorine, it still applies. It's true, I'd get tired of having to shower off. I've been getting really deep into my hobbies the past few weeks. It's really nice. Very cool, very cool. Just gonna go and plug the book club real quick. If you're looking for a new hobby or if you're interested in reading, we've got a book club on the Discord. We've been reading The Untethered Soul by Michael Singer. I've really been enjoying it. Some people finished it already. My mental health is like a 9 out of 10 right now. I'm on a roll. That's a W. Just as a quick note, I just want to say self-improvement is good, growth is good, but it's also okay to just enjoy a good time while it's there, Like, if I'm feeling good right now, let's just roll with that for a while. Like, sure, could I sit down and do some deep introspection and let go of some old stuff? Sure. But I'll do that later. That's what the winter's for. At least in my experience. That's what I like to do with the winter time. The thing about being committed to growth is sometimes you can just have fun. Sometimes you can take a break from doing the work. So if you're having a good day, have a good day. Enjoy that day. You don't have to take that good day and be like, you know what, I'm going to sit down and do some journaling about all of my traumas. We don't have to. We don't have to do that. We can just let the good day be a good day. We can have a day where we don't dig anything up. We can have a day where we just enjoy ourselves. Link to my website. This is my website. It would make more sense, though, for the brain domain to have a domain, like an actual website, but maybe someday. We'll get there. I'm not there yet. I'm not there at the moment, but one day. Who knows? The coaching one? Wouldn't be me. What are the key tips to maintain a healthy relationship? Communication. The key to a healthy relationship is good communication. Whether this is a relationship with a friend, a romantic partner, a family member, a coworker, no matter what. Communication is the most important thing to maintaining health in that relationship. Sometimes it can feel like I instigate issues, but how do I fix these patterns when I notice them? I'm going to answer your question as they pop up. So let's talk about that one for a second. What do we do when we feel like we're instigating things? Well, we're probably instigating things because we have a feeling within us that is unresolved. You know, something's bothering us. And so that's why we bring it up. How do I fix these patterns when I notice them? We want to practice just pausing, asking ourselves, why am I bringing this up? Am I bringing this up because I want to do something about it? Am I bringing this up because I want to make changes? Am I bringing it up because I'm bored? Am I bringing it up because I'm stressed and I want to channel that stress into something? You know, part of maintaining a healthy relationship is being able to talk about issues. And we want to try to find the right time and the right place and the right way to bring those issues up. I want to hear them out because there is no one really innocent in an argument. I know this can sound so broad, but I feel like I have a lot of disagreements. I feel like a lot of disagreements could have been avoided with a different choice of dialogue. True. Or maybe sometimes we get fixated on a word that was used. You know, maybe somebody used a specific word and that specific word carried a lot of emotional weight within us. And so we took it more personally, or it hurt more than it would have if it was phrased differently. And so, in having communication, words are important, words do matter, but try not to treat them as, you know, words are just a vessel through which communication takes place. You know, sometimes people pick the wrong word, sometimes people misspeak, sometimes people say things because they're angry. We want to recognize, you know, what is the actual message that they're trying to convey? Fixation can be self-destructive. It's true. It's true. You can probably think, you might not be able to give specific examples, but you can probably think of some times in your life where you've had a conversation with somebody and they said something and they used a particular word, and for whatever reason, that word just did not sit well with you. Because that word for you carried a certain amount of emotional weight. Depends on the context that you've heard that word in before, the ways you've seen it used, the feelings that you have tied into it from before. It's important to recognize that not everyone puts the same weight into the same words that we do. Miss Poopy, get your butt out of here. What are you doing? She wanted you to see her butt? Miss, how could you? I find it's helpful to give people the benefit of the doubt, and so if they say something that I recognize that I'm taking this in a negative way, it's good to maybe just stop and ask them, like, what did you mean by that? You know, allow them to elaborate. Maybe they said a word, but it wasn't exactly the right word. Maybe they think that the word means something different than what it actually means. You know, a lot of this is just so contextual, and so it's important in a conversation to find that context. You know, it happens all the time. You know, there was, you know, you can probably think, like, you don't have to give me any examples if you don't want to, because I don't think it's exactly necessary. Because we've all got those moments. Miss Poopy, your tail is right in front of the Come on, girl, what are you doing? You're crazy, you silly kitty. Words can carry a lot of weight. You know, maybe it was a word that was said to you by a bully. Maybe it was a word that was said that made you feel bad when you were younger. Maybe it was a word that, you know, it just carries a lot of weight for you. And so you hear that word later in life and it reminds you of all that old pain. It doesn't mean that the person you were talking to was trying to make you feel all of that pain. To them, it might just be a word. But to you, it means more than that word, because there's all of this context baked into it. Also, it's important to remember that while emotions are high and when people are frustrated or when we're trying to, you know, talk through an issue, we're not always the best communicators. And so we want to try not to get hung up on issues with dialogue. You know, we don't want to try to There are probably things that you would say when you're really angry that you wouldn't ever say on any other day. You know, there might be, you know, so we want to try to not get too hung up on that. We want to recognize that not only is language contextual, but the way in which a person communicates is also dependent on their own context. You know, how are they feeling right now? How do they cope with stress? How do they handle their insecurities? Or maybe I have a great relationship and I'm overthinking it. Could be. Probably. One of the silliest things that people do, they overthink themselves out of a good time. Comparison is the theft of joy. Also, he can say really cringe things. How do I react without being given restless bitch face? You know, think about it this way. If you were to go a long time apart from this person, you would miss them, and you would even miss the cringe things that they say. You know, imagine you had to spend a long time apart. You know, you were something, you know, some life circumstance happened and you weren't able to see each other for a long period of time. You would miss them. You would miss all of the good things about them, and you would even miss the things that used to annoy you. The best thing I've found to do to respond when somebody is cringe is to just have a chuckle and say, "Oh, you." We're all guilty of cringe, okay? None of us is that cool. None of us is that cool, okay? We've all done it. We've all been there. We've all said some cringy stuff. It happens. The only thing we have to cringe is cringe itself. If I'm the one that's cringing, maybe I'm the one that's cringe. Either way, you know, what you'll find is when you're in a relationship with somebody, they could be the smartest, most put together person that you've ever met. They're still going to say some dumb shit. They're still going to do some dumb shit because nobody's that smart. Nobody's that cool. Nobody's that put together. You know, we all can be a little bit cringy. We can all, you know, have our issues and our areas for growth. That's okay. Part of being human. Do you like this person? Do you trust this person? Do you see yourself being able to grow with this person? If so, try your best to make it work. I don't know if this fits the topic today. The good thing about the questions is that they don't have to fit the topic. The questions can be about whatever you want them to be. Sometimes people like to be thematic and they like to fit questions in with the topic, but that's not a rule or anything. It's fine. This is very recent, so I wanted to hear your opinion on this. If my partner, X now, speaks in Arabic with his family the entire weekend and almost never includes me, even though they speak some German, is that a bad sign? Whether or not it's a bad sign, it is a little bit dismissive. It is a little bit rude, I would say. They have the option to include you, and they're just kind of not including you. That is hurtful. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's like a bad sign or that it speaks to anything bigger than that, but just to look at things as they are. It's like, yeah, that would hurt. That would suck. You know, having a partner and bringing them to spend time with your family, they should be made to feel included, right? I was like, hey, sit down and watch me and my family talk in a language that you can't understand. I'm sure you'll have lots of fun. I decided to distance myself a bit after that weekend, and he didn't react well to it. So he wasn't even able to, like... Okay. Now we are both accusing each other of not being interested anymore, and we haven't talked for 2 weeks, compared to meeting up and talking for hours beforehand. Like, no one wants to be the one to make the move, and at this point, I am like, he actually doesn't care at all. I feel like this is how a lot of couples break up these days. They just kind of quiet quit on each other. They just quit showing up. You have a job you don't like? Yeah, just quit going. Just quit showing up. Just quit answering your phone. Just pretend it never happened. As an Arab that lives in Germany, I can tell you this seems very normal. The Germans are an interesting people. Germans are interesting because you mix up one little thing and they'll act like they have no idea what you said. You use a D instead of a dare, like, huh? Va? Was? It's true. I have motherfuckers who speak English and do this. It's true. It's true. It's not as bad in English, and this is part of the reason why English is one of the most popularly spoken words or languages in the world. Because it's flexible. You don't have to worry about knowing what gender my washing machine is. She's a girl, by the way. The dryer, on the other hand, non-binary. Yeah, in some languages, they'll just get really bent out of shape if you use the wrong, like, huh? What did you mean by that? I have no idea. You called my sausage a man. My sausage is a woman. I say that specifically because in German, sausage is a feminine word. It uses feminine pronouns. Which is, you know, in and of itself enough to make you want to flip the table. Well, questioner, not chatter. Questioner. It kind of sounds like your heart's not in it on both ends. Like, they're just not really feeling it. You're not really feeling it. You know, if your partner becomes distant, the reaction that you would hope for is, hey, I miss you. You know, we don't talk as much as we used to. Like, let's make it right. Let's make it better. You don't want to just go into this standoff and be like, oh, I'll show them. They go a week without talking to me. Oh, I'm not going to talk to them either. It's like, okay. It's like, You need good communication to make a relationship work. And it sounds like they're just not really interested in doing that, so... You have choices as far as what you want to do. Do you want to just kind of let it fade, or do you want to get that closure and have a conversation and see where their head's at? That's up to you. It's Dare Taco and D Tacos. It's really confusing. Yep. And that's why if you learn German and you go to Germany and you're like, "Hello, wie geht's?" They'd be like, "Oh, an American. For my sanity, let's just speak English going forward." They think it's cute that you tried, but let's just carry on in English. Alright, I've got a question in here. It's pretty big, so I'm gonna come back to this one. I've got a couple of shorter ones that I just want to get through first. Questioner, I feel like this is a misunderstanding. Please don't let it destroy an otherwise great relationship. Yeah, like, we don't want to end up in this emotional, like, standoff where it's like, I'm waiting for them to show that they care, and they're waiting for me to show that I care, and then just nothing ends up happening. Gemaru. We've all done it. We've all been there. Gemaru, thank you for the 18 months. You know, I've been watching your stream for at least 3 years now, so happy at least 3 years of trying to get my dumbass help. It's working, right? Oh, some people it takes a lot longer to realize that they're dumb. You know, me personally, I spent decades learning just how dumb I was. So, you know, some of us get there sooner. Some of us, it takes a lot longer. You know, it's like that meme of the bell curve, and it's like on one end, it's like, I'm a dumbass, and then in the middle, it's like, I'm not a dumbass, I'm intelligent. And then on the far end, it's like, I am a dumbass. So we have the long question. I'm gonna get back to it here in a minute. It was the questioner from the other day. They went back and gave me some paragraphs like we asked for. So that was nice of them. But we'll revisit that one here in a moment. I recently started dating again after a long break and met a really great guy. He's kind, funny, has a stable life. He's not exactly my type, but I thought I'd give it a chance. After our first kiss, I realized I don't feel much sexual attraction, which has left me confused. Part of me wants that spark, the passion, but another part wonders if it's more mature to prioritize stability and kindness. How do I know what matters more? Well, the way that I see it, it would take a lot more work for a person to learn how to be kind, learn how to be funny, learn how to be stable. Learning how to be more spicy romantically, I think that's not as that's less difficult. It's less work. So it doesn't sound like this is exactly a deal breaker, and I think that's okay. Because in time, we get old, our looks fade, maybe we get a little flabby, and that's okay. But all of those other things you have, the kindness, the humor, the stability, those are going to be things that will persist. What you'll find is that there is nothing more attractive than loving someone deeply. And loving someone deeply can take time to develop. And so if you're with somebody and you have a meaningful, beautiful relationship, what you'll notice is that that attraction will grow. This also touches on an interesting aspect of psychology. What does it mean for something to be my type? We have our preferences, we have things that we're interested in or attracted to. But you've probably noticed that those things can also shift. Those things can change as we learn and we grow and we change. Because something's not your type right now doesn't mean that it won't be something that you could learn to like. When it comes to looking for a partner, I don't think we should look for perfection, because I've never met a perfect person. See this as somebody that you could stand by through the test of time? Do you see this person as somebody that you could come to when you're having a terrible day? Would they be able to uplift you? Would this person stick by you if they saw you at your worst? It's my experience that loving someone deeply is the sexiest thing about them. You appreciate who they are and what they look like and all of the things about them because it's them, not because they adhere to some, set of preferences that you thought mattered. It's also our instant gratification culture. It's true. It's true. When it comes to like building a relationship with somebody, it's important to remember that like communication can really help things to grow and to progress. If you're not really feeling the romantic spark, it's like, what sort of changes might we be able to make? Like, what sort of things might need to happen? Show them how you like to be kissed. Because your first kiss, they were kissing you how they know how to kiss. Doesn't mean that they can't get better at it. Doesn't mean that they couldn't learn what you like. And that's where communication comes in. It would be a big deal to me if someone I was dating said I checked all the boxes except for the ability to excite them genuinely. Brutal. That doesn't have to be a reflection of myself. That could be a reflection of their ability to get excited. We don't need to take this as an opportunity to put ourselves down. Honestly, I feel like in many situations it's good to kind of let those feelings build, because just think about where that spark has taken you in previous relationships. You ever had those relationships where the spark was there, the passion was high, and how did those turn out? You want something that's gonna be reliable and stable and gets the job done. The external appearance, it's just cosmetic. You want to have a good set of bones. When you start with those feelings, it can blind you to all the deal breakers. It's true. Passion has a great way of blinding you to red flags. Instead of focusing on the spark, just try to build that fire together. That's what a relationship's all about, is building something together. And it sounds like you've got a good, stable foundation to build something really special on. So I wouldn't discount it just because it's not everything you asked for. Those things may come in time. What I know is that I'm more in love every day than I was the day before. And that's the way I like it to be. Doesn't mean I didn't love the person a lot or enough the day before. It just means I'm going deeper and deeper into that love. Because it has no limit. How can I quiet that voice in the background that constantly reminds me that I should be doing something more productive than whatever it is I am doing? Ah. Don't you love that guy? Don't you just love that guy in the back of your mind? Then he's so fun. Hard to rest and relax when my brain is always like, you should do this instead. It's also distracting from the task at hand, as I no longer feel it's worth it and like I should direct my energy elsewhere. I can identify with this question. I feel like we all can identify with this one. You know where this stems from? Our dear old friend, anxiety. We quiet that voice by taking a step back from it and just observing it. You know, we're not going to respond to it. We're not going to react to it. We're not going to feel some type of way about it. We're just going to watch it as it happens. Like any other phenomenon in nature, we're just going to observe it and just see where it goes. Because what you've probably noticed is that the stress starts to emerge whenever you start to engage with that voice. It's like, hey, why are you doing this? And you're like, well, I'm doing this because I want to get this done, or this is fun, or I'm trying to do this, or I'm trying to, you get into an argument with it. That's what it's looking for. It's just looking to argue with you. It doesn't really care about productivity. It doesn't really care about what it is you're doing, because nothing that you ever are doing will be the right thing for that voice. Because that voice is your inner critic. And that's all that it's there to do, is to criticize. Oh, you're doing this? Well, you should be doing this instead. Maybe you are doing the thing that you should. Okay, well, I'll do that. I'm like, oh, but you're doing it that way? You should be doing it that way instead. Oh, you're wearing that outfit? That's not the right outfit for doing it. It's the inner critic. And that's what it does. It only ever offers criticism. It's important to remember that taking time to rest actually helps you to be more productive. The inner critic doesn't care. The inner critic is just there to criticize. The inner critic doesn't care if you actually are more productive by resting. The inner critic says whatever you're doing right now, that's wrong, and you should be doing something else. Not the ads. I'll take a water break. Thank you for narrating my water break. Time to lean, you got time to clean. I have used that one on myself sometimes as a way of getting more stuff done. The thing about the inner critic is that they do have a point and they do have a purpose. But that point and purpose is to not run the show. What you want to do is you want to change your relationship with your inner critic. Because there's a time and a place for that voice. The inner critic isn't useless, it's not meaningless, it has a purpose. And so just try to view it as, I want to recognize when my inner critic is speaking, but I also can understand that it's my inner critic. I get to choose when I take them into consideration. I can call upon them when I'm looking for their insight. I don't need to let them run the show and boss me around because they're never going to be happy. Because they're the inner critic. Their role is criticism, judgment. The key to managing the inner critic is to recognize that voice as the inner critic and then choose when to call upon them. You know, if the inner critic wants to yap, let it yap. You understand, that's just the inner critic. I don't really need to listen to it right now. It's the fact that you do feel like you do need to listen to it that's actually causing the problem. The inner critic starts chapping and you start listening. Hello? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. This one's from Baldur's Gate 3. So, questioner, I think we've covered it. The whole idea here is you have this voice within you, it is your inner critic, and they're never going to be pleased because that's not what they're there for. The inner critic is there to be critical. That's it. And there's going to be a time and a place for that perspective, for that viewpoint, for that voice, and you get to decide when that is. Because there's going to be moments when you do want the inner critic to be there. But not all the time, because that's annoying. It's like those old Muppets up in the balcony, you know what I mean? Statler and Waldorf. You better believe I knew their names. This is your inner critic. I like to just think of them as two old men sitting up in the balcony. Who are they? They're from the Muppet Show. They're these two old guys, and they're watching the show, and they never have anything good to say. They're always just cracking jokes and criticizing, and that's what they do. They're just there to troll. Generation gap showing. It's true. Warning, warning, warning. Old man inbound. They'd say that brain domain, he's not half bad. Yeah, he's all bad. That's That's the kind of stuff they do. It's funny. I think it's fascinating how some people get secondhand embarrassment from seeing stuff, but some don't. I get it so intensely, I will literally look away. Lamau, anyone in chat get secondhand embarrassment like a MF? Getting secondhand embarrassment is a good sign that you have a strong amount of empathy. You're able to put yourself into the other person's position. It was like, oh wow, I can imagine what it would be like to go through what they're going through right now. That's what it means. It means you're able to put yourself into their position, which is what empathy is all about. So this is a strength. It might not always feel like a strength, but it is. It shows that you're capable of understanding how people are feeling. The thing about this, though, is that you can transcend this. You know, you stop looking at the moment as it is and you look beyond the moment. You know, somebody might be going through something embarrassing and you might feel that for them, and then you recognize that this could be an opportunity for growth. Or look, they're smiling, they might be having fun with this. Maybe it's not as bad as I think it is. Because the thing about empathy is that sometimes we get a little overeager with our self-insertion. That came out the wrong way, but it is what it is. Sometimes we might find ourselves assuming that the other person must be so embarrassed. But they're not. So that's not exactly accurate empathy. What I like to do is, when I see a person in this type of situation, I like to watch and see how they respond to it. And then I try to feel however I see them feel. You know, instead of just inserting myself and, you know, assuming this must be so embarrassing. I would feel so embarrassed if that was me. You watch them and you see how they respond. Maybe they're not as embarrassed as we thought they were. Maybe they're more resilient than we give them credit for. You know, so I like to just watch and observe and see how they respond, see how they feel, and then try to match that energy. Like, oh, look at them, they bounced back pretty well, that's good. And so instead of feeling embarrassed, I can feel proud, you know? The thing about embarrassing moments is that the only thing that's stopping them from being funny moments is the person that is embarrassed. Which is why I try to laugh at myself immediately. I got no time for embarrassment. I'm gonna go straight into humor. Did you see that? Oh wow. I really made a fool of myself there, didn't I? hello. Oh, sweet kitty. Oh. Hi, baby. Oh. She said, "Don't stop petting me. I wasn't done." Oh, now she's done. She said, "Okay, I'm done now. Now I lay down." The thing about empathy is, if you easily can self-insert yourself into other people's emotions, that's a good thing to be able to do. That shows a high amount of empathy. But what I've noticed is that the true skill of empathy is learning to hold off and observe how the other person responds before just immediately jumping in and saying, "Oh wow, that must be so terrible. That must be so difficult." We want to be able to put ourselves into their position, but we don't want to make assumptions. And that's where the practice comes in. Empathy is a skill, and a lot of us are good at it naturally, just at a baseline, but it is something that you can practice, and it is something that you can actually get better at. And the key there is to just observe before you respond. Kind of like have you ever been around a toddler? Have you ever been around a toddler? They're running around playing and then they trip and they trip. Uh-oh. Now, if you rush over to them and you're like, "Oh my goodness, oh, are you okay? Come here." It's like, then they're gonna cry. Then they're gonna be like, "Oh, this is a big deal. People are showing up for me." But what you'll notice is that if the kid trips, just wait to see how they react to it. They might just hop back up and get right back to doing what they were doing. They might just be just fine. And so we want to just take that moment and pause and see how is this person responding to the situation before we insert ourselves into the situation. And some look around to see how to react. It's true, because toddlers are learning all the time. They're looking around at everyone around them to see, like, how do I respond to this thing? How do I react to this? And so if you act like it's not a big deal, then they'll be like, "Oh, I guess it's not a big deal. I'll just get back to playing with my toys." And the thing is that even though this is something that toddlers do, we still do it. We still do it. We look around us to be like, how are other people responding to this? So that I can help to form my response to this. Like, I need to see what other people are doing. I need to copy your homework. What'd you get for number 17? C? Well, it couldn't be C. I can't copy that. That's clearly the wrong answer. I'm copying somebody who knows nothing about what they're doing. Alright, we've got some more questions to get to. Let's get through it. Alrighty. My partner will ask me to do the most tedious things for him, like, "Can you grab that bag?" when it's right in front of him, and he waits for me to grab it. It's not like he's doing anything. He does this all the time. It's not a big deal to me, but it's starting to get on my nerves because I've been very stressed out and busy lately, and he'll literally interrupt me in the middle of doing something to ask me to do something small for him. I told him about how annoying this was getting, and he said, well, I'd do things for you if you wanted, which is true. He does do a lot for me, but I also don't ask because I'd rather just do stuff myself. I don't know. What's that all about? He has lessened up a lot on it whenever I told him it was annoying. You know what might be helpful? I found this to be a helpful technique, especially when people ask a lot for small stuff that they could easily do on their own. Tell them to wait. I'm busy right now. I'll be there in a minute. Odds are they'll probably not want to just sit around and wait, and they'll just do the thing on their own. They'll handle it. So if you're busy doing something, it's okay to say, I've got my hands full right now, I'll be with you in a little bit. And then you come back and you're like, hey, what was that? What'd you need? You need something? And I'll be like, oh, no worries, I got it. You know, sometimes you just have to give people time to figure things out on their own. Because if we teach them that anytime they ask for help, that we will just drop whatever we're doing and we'll rush over and be like, sure, here's your water bottle. Oh yeah, here you go, here's your bag. Like, okay. If you're busy, it's okay to say you're busy. Like, hey, I've got my hands full right now. Give me a few minutes. Magic word. Give me just a minute. Just a minute doesn't actually mean a minute. Just a minute can mean anywhere up to, I don't know. Chat, what do you think? If I were to say, give me just a minute, how long would be tolerable? "15 minutes max." See, I was gonna say like 10 minutes max, but some of us go for 15. Some of us say up to 5. It's a manipulation tactic, IME, asking constantly for things within reach. You know, it could be. It could also just be good old-fashioned laziness. "1 minute is a max. So if I say I'll be with you in just a minute, I've only got a minute. If I tell you I'll be with you in just a minute, it could be up to 5 minutes. Under 59 seconds? Oh boy. All right. Some of us really like to follow rules. Some of us like to, if you say a minute, it means a minute. If you need 5 minutes, say 5 minutes. Which, that's fair. But some people really like to follow the rules. Why say a minute if you don't mean a minute? Because I mean like a minute. Give me like a minute. Because sometimes stuff happens. Sometimes stuff happens. Sometimes I'm on the way doing what I need to do, and I'm like, oh, there's the cat. Let me just stop and pet the cat real quick. Or you know what? I just noticed I'm actually pretty thirsty, so I actually stopped to grab myself a drink out of the fridge while I was on the way. Oh yeah, and I noticed there were a couple things on the counter that needed to get thrown away, so I just tidied up a little bit while I was in the process. In Russian, you use singular grammar rules for multiples of things up to 4, and for 5 plus, you use plural grammar. See, there you go. I will be with you in just a minute. I will be with you in some minutes. You know what? Since your partner said I'd do things for you if you wanted, start asking more. Start asking more. Just little stuff. Just be like, hey, could you hand me that? Like, hey, could you throw this away for me? Like, who knows? Maybe they want to. Maybe acts of service is one of their love languages, so give them the opportunity to express their love by doing stuff for you. I don't know. I feel like this is the type of... These are the types of, like, hiccups in a relationship that you can kind of have some fun with. You know, at the end of the day, it's not a huge deal, and so it doesn't need to be a point of resentment or a point of contention. This can just be something, you know, that you work through. Something kind of goofy. Not too big of a deal. Like, oh, you want me to hand you this? This right here? I don't know. I feel like if you caught me on the wrong day and you asked me to hand you something that was already within reaching distance of you, I might pick it up and move it further. I might be like, actually, you know what? I'm taking this with me. You wanted this? Well, too bad, because it's coming with me. Got an amazing job opportunity. Let's go! It's all coming up Mander, isn't it? W. If I've been like, hey, can you clean this up? Then it's like a month later, ugh. Now see, that's when you ask for progress updates. Like, what would your boss do to you if they asked you to do something and then you didn't get it done within a month? You would go up to them and be like, hey, what's the status on that task? Also, knowing how to clean and cleaning up after yourself is so masculine. Isn't that just such a masculine trait? I'm saying that because part of my passion in life is getting men to clean. So, men, just letting you know, women find it irresistible when you tidy. You clean up after yourself. I don't understand how more straight men don't understand that, because as a straight man myself, being attractive to women is important to me. And I understand that women find a man who's able to clean up after himself, a man who doesn't just make messes everywhere and expect other people to clean it up, that's attractive. So it just makes sense to me, like yeah, okay. Like that's what I'll do. It requires effort and self-reflection on their end. Anything but that. Oh no. Domestic labor isn't valued, thanks misogyny. And you know what's really funny? Is that anytime I get a hater who's like, you know, because I don't work a regular job. Like, Casey makes most of the money. I help tidy up the house. You know, like, I cook, I clean. You know, I do the laundry. And, like, that's still work. That's, like, I still do work, but people will be like, how come you're not out there driving a forklift? Like, I don't know. Because I don't have to. And so I just think it's funny that the only people that hate on me for that is other men. And at the end of the day, I kind of just think they're jealous. I generally respond to stress with severe fatigue. Right now, there are things I'm trying to work on for my job, but my entire body and mind just desperately want to sleep because of leftover stress from a bad family situation I had to deal with yesterday. Other than getting as much rest as I feasibly can and, I don't know, caffeine, are there any techniques to help with this? Thanks. Alright. When we respond to stress with severe fatigue, that is our body trying to protect itself. It's saying, alright, we've reached our stress threshold. In order to prevent damage to the system, we're just going to shut it down. We don't want to overheat. We don't want to do any damage. So we're just going to shut down. Taking that time to rest can be important, but we also want to make sure that we're not spending too much time focused just on resting. Let's just think about it for a minute. What would be the best thing to do with that energy? You had a bad family situation and it created energy within you. Let's not even label that energy as stress or anxiety or whatever. Just look at that energy as energy. What would be a positive way to redirect that energy? When I have this excess of energy from stress or anxiety or whatever, I like to channel it into productivity. I like to try to get something done. You know, because that desire to rest is not actually from exhaustion. That desire to rest is a protective measure and a response to stress. And so we're not actually resting because we're tired. We're not resting because we need to. We're resting because we just don't want to feel. We would rather just shut down. Any techniques to help with this? All right. You've got some stuff that you want to do. What's the first step of getting those things done? The reason why I'm big on channeling it into productivity is because you'll feel much better. You'll feel much better channeling that energy into productivity than you would if you were to just rest. Yesterday I did my morning routine to get ready and then had to lay down again, fell asleep instantly, even with ADHD meds in my system, LOL. Now that's advanced sleepiness. I've always found the best rest comes after a productive day. I've found I always get the best rest after I feel like I've done a lot that day. I feel like I can look back and be happy with the amount of work I've done or happy with what I've accomplished. And so it's not a matter of not resting, because you will rest. You will get the rest that you need. We just need to try to delay it a little bit. Because if we do it now, it might actually be counterproductive. It might get hard. It might be harder to get ourselves going again. It might be harder to do what we need to do. So what I would encourage you to do is to just try to set some small goals, some little steps that you can take so that you can at least feel like I've done something, I've accomplished something. Because that will help you to rest in a more rejuvenative way. Because I can guarantee that if you just rested all that you can rest right now, you're probably going to wake up still feeling tired. And you're probably going to feel even worse because all of the stuff that you've been wanting to do has only piled up. When you feel exhausted due to mental stress, it's kind of like mental fatigue. You know, your body itself probably isn't that fatigued. Your body's probably good to go. It's just your mind feels exhausted. Your mind wants to rest. Your mind wants to lay down. So let the body take the lead. Get up, move around a little bit, shake it out, wiggle a little bit. Maybe put on some music that can help to rouse you. Arouse? Oh my. Yep, we use that word here. Not in a sexy way, but in a level of energy way. I've found it helpful to sometimes just let the body take the lead and the mind will catch up. You know, because this exhaustion that you feel, it's all in your mind. You have a mental fatigue because you had to endure mental stress. So I would say get up, get moving, try to get a little bit of your work done, and then reevaluate. You know, it's not like you have to force yourself to do anything that you couldn't get done. It's not like you have to push yourself all that hard. Just channel that energy into something meaningful. I parted ways with her after a lot of thinking and judgment, and now I'm actually more relieved, but sometimes don't know why I think if my decision was correct or not. I get flashbacks of subtle memories that she did this or did that, at least for me, even though I know I was clearly overcompensating. Kinda cute and confusing situation I'm in. Yeah. You know, when we part ways with somebody, there's going to be a lot of moments where you look back and you're like, did it really unfold the way that I thought it did? Or maybe my emotions clouded my judgment? Or maybe, you know, maybe there were moments where I felt vindicated or I felt like I was justified, but I look back and I see that maybe I was the bad guy. That's okay. This is a part of growing for you as a person. You're looking back over the things that have happened and you're trying to figure out, you know, where am I in all of this? What can I learn from these things? How can I take these things and then grow from them? You know, so looking back on yourself and having these moments of confusion or uncertainty, it's okay. It's just you trying to figure out in what direction you want to grow. So if you are going to find yourself looking back at these things, I would try to do so with the purpose of, I'm doing this to try to be a better person. I'm trying to learn more about who I really am. I've been dating this guy for 7 months and even asked him to be my BF at some point. Wait, what? 7 months? And we're still... Okay, that's... just feels like a little long to me, but, you know, that's just my opinion. I don't know what the kids these days are doing. I asked him to be my BF at some point, to which he said, usually I would say yes, but my ex is haunting me, so you could ask again later. I really want to just boo. I just really want... I'm resisting the urge to just... I really want to boo this. I really want to boo this man. Boo! I do, but I'm gonna hold back. $7 months? This was a good enough response at the time, as I knew he was fresh out of a relationship. I mean, at least 7 months. That's some shit my ex from 2 years ago would say. People will do that sometimes. They'll be like, oh yeah, I would get closer to you. I would, commit myself to you, but this person that I haven't seen in months, they're still haunting me. It's like, okay. It gets to a point where it kind of just feels like you're blaming your ex for your current behaviors. That's kind of what it feels like. You get to that point where it's like, oh yeah, I can't do this, or I can't open up, or I can't commit because of my ex. It's like, no, brother, that's you that can't do that. Quit blaming them for it. A couple of months later, he proceeds to say that as much as I struggle with what I want and think is best for me right now, there's no denying I love you and feel very much like myself around you. So, how to overcome my limerence for someone who is emotionally unavailable? This isn't limerence, because limerence is... Limerence is much more one-sided. Limerence is much more like a crush on steroids. It's a bit obsessive in a way. I don't think this is limerence, because limerence almost implies that, you have the wrong perspective here, or you're not the one that's grounded in reality, which I don't think is the case. Men out there, I don't know who's listening, I don't know who needs to hear this, but knock it off with this, just taking months and months and months and months to be like, you know what, I finally feel like I can be myself. It's like, go to therapy, dude. Go to therapy already. Quit, dealing splash damage to everybody around you. I'm just so tired of people being just dragging people along for months or years and being like, I finally feel like I'm myself. It's like, you could have done that a long time ago. The problem here is that there are many men who only feel like their growth can come out of their intense suffering. They're like, I need to see just how much I can suffer, just how miserable I can be. And then I will be stronger because of it. It's kind of toxic. Dating feels like a phase that should be over in no more than 1 to 2 months. I agree. I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. We just want to try to be mindful of people who will string us along like this. Just a few more months, and then maybe then I'll be able to commit. It's like... Took me a year to call it official with my man. We are a year strong still. True, this is a good point. I am speaking from my own perspective on things. And also, I do tend to find this type of behavior to be a little bit irritating, but I understand. Different people have different standards. There are different ways to make things work. That's what's so wonderful about the world. I think you do have validity in how you feel, you know, and if you feel like this just isn't progressing in the way that I would hope, then, you know, if that makes you feel some type of way, that's okay. You know, I'm not gonna say that it's wrong to have a hard time committing in a relationship and figuring out what it is that you want, but just don't damage other people in that process. You know, don't drag other people along. Like, if you need time to figure out what you want, then that's stuff that you can do on your own, you know? Like, you don't need to drag other people into that. Like, you don't need to do damage to other people's feelings. Like, you don't need to harm other people in the process of your healing. Like, you don't want this guy to just use you as a springboard in order to feel better about himself. He's like, oh yeah, I finally feel good about myself. I finally know what I want in life. By the way, I dragged somebody along for like a year. Just like, you know what I mean? It's just something really frustrating that you see far too often. People just using each other as like springboards, or they're trying to build something for themselves, and so they build it on top of you. They ruin you in the process. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, have you ever had an ex and it was like they were terrible and they like did a lot of damage, and then, you know, you guys go your separate ways, and now they're just doing great. You know, now they've learned and they've grown so much, and they started a family, and it's like, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of people that'll do that. There's a lot of people that will. I just feel like if you don't know what you want, then figure that out. Look inward. You know, if you're cleaning up your mess, don't drag other people into it. Don't mess up other people's lives in the process of trying to figure yourself out. Like, I'm not trying to nitpick here, and I'm not trying to look too much into it, but I feel like this whole part right here, like, the first half of this sentence, like, what is that doing? Why is this here? Why are we making sure to include this? What if you love somebody and you feel like yourself around them? Like, isn't that enough? Like, why do we have to pad it so much with like all of this insecurity and inconsistency? And it's like, they say they love you and I feel like myself around you, but they phrase it in such a way where it makes you question it and be uncertain of it. You know? Like, if you love somebody and you feel like you're yourself around them, then just say that part. You know? Either way, I'm kind of putting my own personal opinions into this, so take whatever I say with a reasonable amount of salt. I'm having a hard time with what you're saying about stringing someone along. I stayed a long time in my first relationship with someone who started being awful for me after 6 months. Was I wrong to give them chances to grow and meet my needs? Admittedly, I did do that for a period of 2 years. No, you weren't wrong in trying to see the best in somebody. You weren't wrong to see somebody try to grow. There's nothing wrong with that. In hindsight, you can recognize that it wasn't the right move. What I mean about stringing somebody along is like, I just don't know if I can fully commit. I just don't know. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what I want. Like, you know, my ex really messed me up and, you know, I have a hard time showing love to people. It's like, that's what I mean. It's like that kind of stuff. One person's ready to commit and the other person's just being very ambivalent and they're just dragging it out. Because to me, what I hear when somebody says that is, I will be with you until I find someone better. That's kind of what I read in it, but, you know, again, that's just my personal opinion. That's what I get whenever somebody's like, you know, it's like, I have a hard time opening up, I have a hard time showing love to people, I'm just not entirely sure what I want. Like, that's kind of what I'm getting is, you're with me now, but the second that somebody better comes along, you're gonna abandon ship. That. Yep, and people will be out here doing it. I'm not saying everybody does it, but you see it more often than you'd like. Hear me out. Kinda crazy opinion. Alright, I'm in. I'm interested. Let's go. A properly raised/trained man performs way better staying home with the kids than some or most ladies. Let me explain. You're right. This is kind of crazy. You're right. This is kind of crazy. It has nothing to do with gender. It just has to do with... Yep. This is a cute anecdote. You think it's cute? I'll read it. My mate was raised in a household where their mother taught them to handle the house. He often does it better than me and with way more ease and patience, and he is not necessarily more patient than me, he just got super good at it, like, so it's easy. Same with some husbands with wives in the medical field. Then it has nothing to do with gender, it has nothing to do with their reproductive organs, it has everything to do with how they were raised. That's it. It has everything to do with how the person is raised. There's also some societal and cultural implications here. in many cultures throughout history, women have been trained since childhood to be homemakers and to take care of the family and to raise the children and, to do all of those things. And when you have that societal pressure that tries to define you and tries to tell you like who you are and what you're supposed to be, it's like it's natural that you're going to want to fight that and resist against that, because nobody likes to be told from the time that they're young, like, this is who you're going to be, this is going to be your role in life, and this is what you have to do and how you act and how you behave. And by the way, I've met plenty of people who, like, I know people who are single parents. I know people who, have been able to step up and do what they need to do. It's more about your qualities as a person and your characteristics as a person. It has very little to do, if anything at all, to do with your gender. The whole gender aspect is more of a societal pressure anyway. How do I get better at self-discipline? I want to share with you a little anecdote real quick from my own life. The thing that helped me build my self-discipline was recognizing that I already was disciplined, just not in the ways that I felt like I needed to be disciplined. Now let me explain. You might think of self-discipline as I wake up early in the morning, I take a cold shower, I go to the gym, I have breakfast, I write down my notes, my journaling for the day, I do my vision board, I, dunk my face in cold water, all of that stuff. It's like, that's just one way of being disciplined. The thing about self-discipline is that there are an infinite number of ways that it can manifest. If you wake up at 1 p.m. and you go work your job and then you come home and you play video games all night and eat junk food, that is discipline. But that's just the way that you are disciplined. That is your discipline. And so the question here is, in what way do I want to be disciplined? Because for me, I found it much easier to start disciplining myself in different ways by recognizing that I already did have discipline, rather than feeling like I have to create discipline out of nothing. And so whatever it is you do already on the day-to-day, that is your current discipline. It's just a matter of changing what that looks like. So what do you want it to look like? Take one step in making that happen, and then give it time to incorporate, and then add the next step. We always falter when we try to do too much at once. I'm going to start doing this, I'm going to start going to the gym, I'm going to start doing this, and I'm going to start eating healthy, and then you add all these different things, and then you falter after a few days because too much change at once. So if you want to get better at self-discipline, find one way in which you would like to be more disciplined or disciplined differently from how you are now, and then start working that in. And then once you feel like that is working, it has its place, I'm able to do that regularly, add something new. And then you keep doing that, and that's how you do it. You gotta grow it. So that's what I found to be helpful in building discipline, recognizing that I already had discipline. It was just misaligned. I just needed to make some changes and do some redirection, and then things would be working better for me. I feel like it's more of a challenge to feel like I need to build discipline when I have no discipline. It's like, how do I build something where there is nothing? So, for you, figure out one thing that you would like to be doing differently, and then start working that into your daily routine until it just becomes normal. It just becomes something that you do, and then add the next thing. And then over the span of weeks, over the span of months, you will completely change what your self-discipline looks like. Discipline is a lot like a garden bed. Right now there's stuff growing in it, but maybe that's not what you want to be growing there. So you have to take the time to pluck out the old plants and plant new ones. It's a gradual process. Then you gotta give it time to grow. Hello, my name is Aaron, and I'm reaching out in hopes to be connected to a psychologist, therapist, counselor, or pastor who might be able to help assist me with some of their personal time, in order to help assist with some family dynamics. My family and I are Christian. I am simply looking for an unbiased, educated perspective to be applied, as my current situation is directly affected by lack of external opinions. Well, if you're looking for external opinions, I've got them. I find building incentives for the new activities you want to incorporate is the most effective way to do that. True. We skipped over that part. Delayed gratification is a huge factor in building discipline. You have to learn how to delay your reward until after you do the thing that you're trying to get yourself to do. The cool thing is that when you learn how to do delayed gratification, your gratification actually goes up. It feels better to sit down and mindlessly play a game if your dishes are done, if the laundry's been taken care of, if your room's clean. When you're doing it that way, it actually feels like a reward instead of just a distraction. Chad, I have a question for you. Are you ready to party? Are you ready to party? Where are my presentation heads at? Where are my presentation frogs? Ready? Ready. Rizzy and matcha time, let's go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alrighty. So this is a presentation I've wanted to do for a little while. It's all about anger, but not quite in the way that you think. The whole point here is, if you are angry, you're probably right to be angry. There's a lot of stuff going on right now that you should be angry about. And you're not wrong to be angry. It means you're paying attention. But we want to make sure that we're directing that anger in the right direction. Because the thing about anger is it's a lot like a fire. If you don't watch it, if you don't keep an eye on it, keep control over it, it can consume you. Or it can destroy stuff that you don't want to damage. So let's get into it. Anger is not the problem. The thing about anger is that it's totally natural. When we experience injustice, violation, betrayal, harm, anger is a natural response to those things. So feeling anger does not make you a bad person. It's actually a sign that your internal compass is working. Something's off, and you're aware of it. The real problem is what we do with anger. It's about how we direct it, where we put it, or, in some cases, how we suppress it. Anger isn't something that we can just cut ourselves off from, because when we deny our anger, what we're doing is we're cutting ourselves off from one of our body's essential signals that something needs to change. These types of emotional states, these are signals that something's off, something needs to happen, something needs to change, and that is why anger exists. So this is what we're going to do today. We're going to look at why anger is a valid emotion. We're going to talk about how we often mismanage it. We're going to talk about how we can transform it into a force for healing, justice, and meaningful change. So this is what we'll be doing today. Are you ready? Take another couple bites of my chips before I get into it. Catdev with the 9 months. Catdev, thank you so much. Has it been 9 months already? Sub baby has arrived, and it's non-binary. Poopy, get out of the way. I'm trying to turn my camera back on. Miss Poopy, get out of the way. This cat, she's just all up in my business. Miss Poopy, please. This presentation's gonna make you angry. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Let's keep it moving. Spoopy, you're on my keyboard. No keyboard. Alright. Hi, baby. Alright. I just want to start off by getting you angry. Let's take a moment and go over some very valid, very relatable reasons why you should be angry. Please. You're eating me. What are you doing? Here are some valid reasons for anger. First up, inequality. Inequality is a great reason to feel angry. When systems are stacked against certain people, it's okay to feel rage. That fury stems from empathy, lived experience, or witnessing unfairness in action. I don't know about you, but whenever I was young, I was constantly told by adults that the world is not a fair place, and I get it. I get it. Random things happen. Things can be chaotic. Some people get hit by lightning, or a meteor, or a flash flood, or a tornado, or a car crash. You know, things are unfair. But that doesn't stop us from trying to be more fair, does it? That doesn't stop us from trying to make things as fair as possible, right? That never sat well with me whenever adults would tell me that the world's just not a fair place. That's just the way it is. You just gotta deal with it. Like, no, we should try to make it as fair of a place as possible, right? Like, we want to see equity and equal access and, yeah, just fairness and justice. Speaking of injustice, something else we can find infuriating. Racism, discrimination, abuse. These things are wrong and they are naturally infuriating. Our reaction to this is part of what motivates people to speak out and seek change. The anger that we feel because of injustice is what gets people talking, it's what gets people marching, it's what gets people demonstrating. I don't know about you, but I've never seen a protest against depression. No offense, depressed people, but you're not getting a bunch of depressed people out on the streets protesting depression. It's just not going to happen. You need anger. You need that fire lit. Which is why I like to get angry at my depression. When I feel it come up, I like to heat it back up again. By the way, that was meant as a joke. I'm sorry, depressed people, if you felt like I was coming after you with that one. I get a pass though because I am a depressed person, so. Well, I don't know how depressed I am, honestly. Like nowadays, like not very, if at all. It's like I gave it a thorough thrashing. Ah, another perfect reason to be angry. Corruption. I don't know about you, but I'm sick of watching powerful people manipulate and exploit systems for their personal gain. It's maddening. I don't know about you, but it really pisses me off. You know? Let's not Fed post. No Fed posting. Just smiles, chat. Just smile and wave. Just smile and wave. Yeah, these things make me really angry. I told you this presentation was going to make you angry, but the good thing is that I'm going to get you angry, and then we're going to go through how to deal with anger, so it works. It has a flow to it. Alright? So there's a reason why we brought this up at the start of the presentation instead of at the end of the presentation. It's like, well, we're going to get a little heated, and then we're going to talk about anger while we're in that place, and then we'll talk about what to do with anger in a healthy way while we're in that place. First, I gotta get your fire going. Just a little bit. Ah, greed. Greed, for me, is a really big one because if you think about any of these other things so far, you can see how greed is interspersed with all of them. Like, how much of inequality is driven by greed? How much injustice and corruption is driven by greed? Like, greed's a really big one. Profit prioritized over people. Healthcare, housing, education, the environment. Anger is not just a natural, but it is also a healthy response to greed, because greed is cancerous. We are organic beings living in an organic universe, and in our universe, cancer kills you. Cancer needs chemo, cancer needs intervention, cancer needs to be excised from the being. And in this case, the being is humanity. Anger level exceeds 50%, Captain. Alright, let's just... you, but I'm starting to feel it. All right. Lastly, betrayal and/or neglect. This is something that can often be very personal. The feelings that we've been used, discarded, chronically invalidated. Anger is a good thing because it's a sign that you still value yourself. Anger to these things is a good sign because that means that you don't stand for it. You don't tolerate it. You don't believe it. You don't buy into it. Any thoughts on these, or can I move on? Because I don't know about you, but this slide has me feeling some type of way. Honestly, you know what? I feel like print off this slide, put it on a little business card, and just keep it with you. And then whenever you get pissed at anything else, you get pissed at traffic, you get pissed at the dog because they made a mess, you get pissed at whatever, just pull this out and be like, yeah, all right. Now I remember who to really be angry at. I'm searching your Discord to find psychologists, counselors, etc. in order to help me speak up for injustice in the form of psychological warfare with a family of Christians versus one man still giving himself therapy. Don't ban me, just tell me to stop. Oh, don't worry, we won't ban you. No, you're good. I'm the resident psychologist here within our community. We have a few more mental health care professionals within the community too, but I can't name them all off the top of my head. We also have people with firsthand lived experience of what you're talking about. One of my best friends, he came from a very traditional Christian household, not even baseline, but pretty extreme as far as some of their fundamentalist beliefs. So you've definitely got people you'd be able to talk to about those things if you wanted to reach out in the community a little bit. I'll screenshot this. Rorschach, I'll post the whole slides for you so you don't have to worry about getting a screenshot off of the stream. I'll send you the whole thing. Experience with intentions for growth and willingness to learn is a blessing. I agree. And the thing that a lot of fundamentalist religions teach you is don't ask questions. We've always done it this way. You think you know better than God? Who are you to ask questions? And what this does is this permits abuse. This perpetuates a cycle of pain and suffering and control. Any system of faith worth holding on to should stand up to scrutiny. And so any institution that dismisses you for asking questions of that institution should not be taken seriously. We have no place for blind faith. We have enough knowledge to actually make a reasonable jump into faith when we start examining the universe. We've got plenty of things to justifiably be faithful for. We don't need to do it blindly. So don't. It's okay to ask questions. You can arrive there through your intellect. That's what I did. I grew up very dismissive of religion. I grew up anti-religion. From the time I was a kid. It just was never my thing. I thought it was stupid. I thought people were dumb for doing it. I was a man of intellect and science. And what I found is that even in pursuing those ends, science, logic, I still found my way to faith. And so I think that's the way to do it. Get there using doubt. Get there using questions. Don't get there by just taking what people tell you, or just saying this is the way it's always been. It's written in this book that was written thousands of years ago, so we must believe it to be true. Anyway, another valid reason to be angry. Anyway, let's move on. let's talk about some common ways how we mishandle anger. 'Cause the thing about anger is that it loves an outlet, and the problem is that we can't always take out our anger on the thing that actually makes us angry. Like, you don't get opportunities to just cuss out Elon Musk or Donald Trump, you know? You don't get the opportunity to be like, hey, Joe Biden, fuck you. You know what I mean? It just doesn't happen. Displacement is one of the most common ways that we misdirect our anger. We tend to take out anger in places that feel safer for us to do so, or we take it out on targets that are unrelated to our anger. You know, maybe you had a crappy day at work and, you know, you get home from work and your friend calls you and they're like, hey, are you going to be able to help me with that thing? You know, because you had plans, you had arrangements, you were going to come over and help him with something. It wasn't a big deal. You were happy to do it, but you had a shit day at work today. And now your friend calls you and he's like, hey, are you still going to be able to come by? And so you snap at him. You know, you're sore, you're exhausted, you just don't have anything left after what you had to go through at work that day. And so you can't go and help your friend like you had arranged to. And you take out that anger on him. Or them. We direct it onto our partners, our kids, sometimes even strangers on the internet. Ooh, I'll be getting it. If you're a streamer or if you engage enough online, you know, if you are posting on social media platforms, it's like, ooh, you get it. It's like, ooh, people need an outlet for their anger, and they'll just take it out on strangers and be like, who the fuck you think you are sitting in space with your big head and your fucking headband helping people? Fucking dumbass. It's like, you don't have to tell me I'm a dumbass. I'm already well aware. You don't need to remind me. I gotta live with me. But the thing is I'm happy living with me. I'm okay. That's a good arrangement. The question is, are you okay with living with you? Because if you aren't, I could help you get there. Which is why I find haters so sad. It's like, brother, I could help you, brother. I want to help you, but you won't let me. So, displacement, it's a big one. You can probably think of moments in your life where you've done it and you probably feel embarrassed about it because it's some normal ass shit. We've all been there, okay? Everybody get it? We've all done it. We've all been there. You've probably done it this week. Everybody's been there. The dog takes a dump on the floor right as you're getting a phone call and you're like, hello! You know, not because you're mad at who's calling you, but because the dog just took a dump, but you've displaced it. Anger needs an outlet, and so it will find one, and that's why displacement is just so common. Don't feel embarrassed for doing it. Well, I mean, if the embarrassment helps you to not do it. That's kind of why embarrassment exists. That's kind of why feeling shame or guilt exists, is because it's you trying to figure out what to not do. So if you think about these times and you're like, oh yeah, that didn't feel good, then knock it off. Just don't do it anymore. Ooh, like we said, anger needs a place to go. If we can't direct it anywhere outside of us, what are we left with? Internalization. We can't put it anywhere else. We can't take it out on the mailbox. We can't take it out on the dog or the wall or, you know, our spouse. Well, we take it in ourselves. We turn it inwards. But what happens when we don't feel like we have any right to be angry? Even though we do, we talked about some reasons why you should be angry, so they do exist. And the reason why we started with those is because I want you to remember them as we start to talk about anger more deeply. Because some of you can probably relate to this. You might find yourself just sitting around feeling angry, or you might notice yourself being short-tempered. You might notice yourself being snappy, but you don't feel like you should feel that way. I've got nothing to be angry about. Why am I so angry? Why can't I not be angry? When we internalize anger in such a way, making it feel like this just must be a problem with me. I'm just an angry person. I don't know how to not be angry. I shouldn't be angry, but I am angry. We turn it inwards. It makes us depressed. It makes us anxious. It makes us shameful. It can even make us sick. Another thing that we do in mishandling our anger is we numb it. We numb it. A little numbing is okay from time to time, alright? But we get carried away. We get carried away. Maybe there's just too much anger. Maybe I can't just, maybe what I'm doing's not enough and I gotta continue keeping it up. Numbing it becomes a 24/7 job. So maybe it's alcohol, maybe it's food, maybe it's scrolling social media, or maybe we try to use reason and logic to intellectualize it. The thing about buried anger is that it doesn't go away, it just gets worse. It goes bad. It starts to stink. And people here who have had to, overcome addiction, or people who are working through addiction right now, they'll know, they'll tell you. Like, numbing anger doesn't make anger go away, it just makes it worse whenever it comes back, which makes you fight harder and harder to make it go away. But the only way out is through. So running from it, numbing it, displacing it, that just means more of it. And that just means that we deal with it for longer. So what happens? What happens when we just bottle it up? You bottle it up, you bottle it up, the pressure keeps building until what happens? Until it blows open. You explode. You had a good explosion lately? You had a good explosion lately? Alright, let's see it. Who's had a good explosion lately? been a minute since I've had a good explosion. It's not really my thing anymore. The thing about explosions is that it often happens at the wrong people, in the wrong way, or out of proportion to the situation. You know, it's like fighting with somebody and it's oh no, it's a children's birthday party. A children's birthday party is an unexpected place for explosions to happen, but when you think about it, it makes perfect sense why so many would happen at children's birthday parties. Have you ever experienced a children's birthday party blow up in real life? Some of you may have. There's a few factors that go into this, just bear with me for a moment. First off, the expense. I'm having to pay money for this so that I can stand here for several hours listening to children scream, you know, and they're not even grateful anyway. They just, you know, I spent all this money and they're just not even... So there's that. There's the proximity. You know, people are having to be face to face. You might be around other people that you have beef with and you're coming together because, you know, it's a family event. And so maybe you have conflict, but you're kind of just trying to ignore it so that you can get through the event. All right? So there's... And then there's the fact that the energy level is very high. Children are running around, children are screaming, people are playing with toys, there's a bunch of sugar everywhere. It's a recipe for disaster. If you don't believe me, just go on YouTube and look up Chuck E. Cheese fight compilations. Or birthday party fights. Because the cool thing about today is that people record everything. We watched Chuck E. Cheese fight compilations on stream several years ago. This was several years ago. This Chuck E. Cheese Fights playlist has 96 videos. Well, I know what I'm doing later. I've got some YouTube to watch. The place is scary. Oh, I need to show you one more picture while we're on the topic. Chuck E. Cheese got arrested in Florida. This was in St. Petersburg, Florida, which I think it was in St. Petersburg. It might be, it's in Florida. The Villages, Florida. Oh, it's in Tallahassee. Okay, Tallahassee, Florida. Chuck E. Cheese got arrested. He was stealing, allegedly he was stealing credit cards. Apparently they found him with a card on his... He had a card on him. There were literally people at Chuck E. Cheese and he was just taking their cards while in costume. That's wild. That's wild behavior. So they perp walked him in costume. Isn't that so fun? Isn't that so fun? There are better pictures of it, but I'd have to look around for him. But yeah, there's better pictures of like him actually getting perp walked. Anyway, isn't Chuck E. Cheese fun? I mean, if that's not rock bottom, I don't know what is. I'm like, well, they perp walked me in the Chuck E. Cheese costume. They caught me with a stolen credit card in my pocket. Yep. Maybe it's a good time to get my life together. Posted violent Waffle House vids. Oh yeah, Waffle House. Waffle House, another juncture point of explosions. You know, people always get in fights at Waffle House. It's got a bad rap for the late night fights. But I think that has more to do with just inebriation. A lot of people just go to Waffle House in the middle of the night and they're just absolutely messed up, drunk. I do love Waffle House though, but I like to go during the day. Alright. Let's shift away from stuff that makes us angry, and let's start moving into what do we do with anger. And let's start off by talking about what is the message that sits behind the anger. Because anger isn't the type of emotion that just spurs up on its own. It doesn't just manifest out of nothingness. There's always something behind the anger. And so what we can look at anger is a signal that something needs to change. We don't need to allow it to perpetuate into rage. We don't need to let the fire burn out of control. That fire is just a signal. It's a light on the horizon. Something needs to change. The beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid. It's a signal that something is not right, either in the world, like we talked about, or within your own boundaries. Maybe you're feeling taken advantage of. Maybe you're feeling exploited. Maybe you're feeling like people are walking all over you. Maybe people just aren't respecting your boundaries. You know, your boundaries have been crossed. A partner, employer, friend, or even society at large. You know, maybe you're an LGBT person and you're tired of people approaching you on the street being like, hey, tell me everything about what it means to be gay. Like, oh, you're trans. Tell me let me just interview you now about transness, okay? Do you mind if I take notes? Tell me everything about your intimate personal life. That's just... You know, not to speak for trans people, but I feel like a lot of them are probably just tired of being treated like a exhibit at the zoo. I've seen it happen, you know, because I've had trans friends for quite a while, not to brag, I'm very woke. But I've just seen it happen firsthand. like they're meeting somebody for the first time and they're just asking all these questions about like, oh, so tell me about this. Oh yeah, and how about that? It's just like, it feels like they're getting interviewed about it, and you can just tell by the look on their face, it's like, ugh, this is the 100th time they've had to have this conversation. So if you're trans and I'm totally wrong, call me out. That's fine. Let me know. But I don't think I'm wrong. Anger can be a signal that your needs are not being met. You have needs and you need to meet those needs. Safety, respect, honesty, fairness. You know, sometimes it gets so intense that it's related to your direct physical needs. Food, safety, shelter. So it could be a sign that something needs to change, or there's something that I need that I'm not getting. It can also be a sign that you are witnessing or experiencing injustice. Your anger is the voice of your conscience trying to speak. I will piss anyone off quickly, justifiably. It's true, you know, and it's something that you see when you work with, like, people with severe, persistent mental illness. You know, sometimes they have a hard time meeting all of their needs. You know, maybe they don't have shelter. Maybe they are unsafe. Maybe they are, you know, food insecure. And it's like, those things make people frustrated. Those things make people irritable and angry because they have immediate needs that they need taken care of. And, you know, they might displace some of that onto you. And you gotta recognize that and not take it personally. I can tell you, I've been cussed out by people that I was just trying to help. It happens. But it's because their needs weren't being met, or they felt unsafe. And that comes out as anger. Not because they're angry at me, but because they need something, and they need that motivation. Alright. Let's talk about some ways that we can express anger and maintain a sense of honor in doing so. First up, activism. You angry about the world? You want to see some changes made? Fight for them. In your community. Or in online spaces. You know, help enact policies. Go out and gather signatures for petitions, you know, go do some canvassing, go talk to people. This is what allows you to turn anger directly into purposeful action and inspiration for others to join the cause. This is a very healthy way to manage anger. Protesting, that too. Just be sure to mask up, kiddies. Uncle Sam's taking your pictures. Art is another great outlet. Art is a powerful outlet for many different emotions, anger included. We've talked a little bit about this, and I think maybe we'll do a whole topic on it one day, if you want an art therapy topic, as far as why it works, because it can sound a a little silly, like, oh, you want me to paint about my feelings? How's that gonna help? Well, this is how. We often just connect our feelings to words or physical sensations. That's normally how we express emotions. In doing so, we are only experiencing those emotions with specific parts of our brain. By channeling those emotions through different outlets, such as artistic expression, music, painting, writing, dancing, performing, you're using an entirely different part of your brain to process that emotion. You are forming new pathways in your mind. You're connecting that part that was generating the emotion to the part of you that creates the art. And what you'll notice is that the more places that that emotion is connected to, the more outlets it has, and the less overwhelming it feels. If you're just limited to words and physical expression, you're handicapping yourself. Feelings should be processed in any way that allows you to process them, so long as it's healthy, doesn't hurt anybody. This is how you transform your private turmoil into something that can really resonate, something that can help to heal you. Number 3 is advocacy. Speak up for those without a voice. It's one of the highest uses for anger. It aligns your emotion with empathy and justice. You know who also doesn't have a voice? This cat. She has no voice. She'll meow, but I don't know what she means. She's trying to get me to advocate for her. Miss Poopy, I do advocate for you. Setting healthy boundaries is also a good way to process anger. Because having a healthy amount of anger helps us to recognize when enough is enough. It can also help us to give us the energy and motivation we need to be more firm if we need to be. Setting firm, respectful boundaries for yourself can be one of the most empowering responses to mistreatment. So how about healing? Anger to heal? Yeah. You know, we often associate anger as being a destructive force, but that's not entirely true. The thing about anger is that it is often something that we use to protect some of our deep wounds. You know, those are the spots that make us to feel most vulnerable, so it's natural that when we start to approach those spots, we might respond out of frustration or anger. But the thing about this is that you can use that to your advantage. You learn to pay attention to it. You learn to listen to it. you show it curiosity instead of shame, it can actually show you the way towards real self-discovery and real growth. That anger can be a sign that you're moving in the right direction. Like, why is it that I feel angry when I think about these things? Why is it that I get angry when these sorts of things happen? Why did I get angry when someone used that word? You approach it with curiosity. And on the other side of that anger, there is healing. Deeper levels of self-understanding. Anger is a sign that you're starting to approach some of your weak spots. And that's good, because the only way to strengthen those spots is to know that they are there. To remove some of the layers that we've just been patting on top of them, so that we can actually do some real healing. Anyway, these are all some great ways that we can channel that anger energy. Just remember, it's just energy. It doesn't have to be destructive. It doesn't have to make me feel bad. It doesn't have to make me feel guilty or shameful. It can be something that we can work with. Let's keep going. All right, Papa B. Easier said than done. You know, you just say, oh yeah, just own your anger, just learn how to harness it. Sure. Easier said than done. Let's talk about some hiccups. Just a few things that interfere with our ability to properly own our anger. A lot of people are culturally conditioned that anger is dangerous, especially if you are a woman or a marginalized person. You know, a lot of people who a lot of people are treated as dangerous when they get angry, or people do not respond well to them showing anger. And so they feel like they can't show it because they're not supposed to, because people don't respond to it well. Like me, I have privilege. I'm a white dude. I can be as angry as I fucking want to be, and people will be like, hell yeah, brother. Based. Tell them like it is. Go off, king. Like, that's what you get when you're a straight white dude when you're angry. You get people showing agreement. But if I was a woman and I got angry, I would be called so many terrible, awful things. We just don't let women be angry. Because they're supposed to be caring and nurturing and motherly, and, you know, they're just supposed to only make you feel good and never make you feel bad. You see what I mean? This is something we still deal with. Like, we're still dealing with this in the year of our Lord 2025. And to prove it, just name one woman who has expressed anger that was received well unanimously in the public eye. I can't think of it. I can't think of many examples. Atticus, trying to knock over my green screen. This dog is pushing against my green screen. He's trying to knock me over. Don't. What are you doing? Atticus, stop. This dog, I might need to stop for a second and go let this dog out, because he's just... Let me let this dog out real quick, because he's just decided he's gonna be a little terror. Alright, Atticus, let me let you out of here. He woke up from his nap and he wanted to just start destroying things. All right. Let those dogs outside. All right, where were we? Okay, we were talking about what makes it difficult to feel justified or valid or, able to actually express the anger that we genuinely feel. Where we left off was fear. Fear of judgment, fear of being dismissed, fear of being punished. I'm sure most of us have felt this way at some point in our life. An important distinction to make is the difference between anger and aggression. Anger doesn't have to be aggressive. We don't have to be filled with rage. We don't have to be destructive. But there's this common misconception that anger and aggression are entangled and inseparable, and so it makes anger feel unsafe. They don't teach us ways to express it safely. Well, they do, but they cost money. They don't teach you for free, and that's annoying. They should teach you how to handle anger safely. To go to karate class. perhaps we didn't have the best role models as far as how we should handle anger. Maybe we had parents that were just always screaming and yelling whenever they got angry. They were getting angry at traffic. They were angry because they just always yelling, always angry. So what does that teach you if that's your role model? What I've noticed is that when you have a parent like that, when you have a role model that doesn't set a good example, you are either learning what to do or learning what not to do. That's either going to be something that you grow up and do because it's normalized for you, or you're going to recognize at a young age that this isn't right, this isn't okay, and I want to be different. And so I feel like a lot of us get examples of how not to handle anger, and it's not so easy to spot examples of how to handle it healthily. I can think of some, but definitely not as many as what not to do. I've seen far more people who are acting out of anger tell me what not to do with anger. Getting in fights, getting arrested, breaking stuff. You know, you see a video, like, what's crazy to me is that this happens every year. Of a party where they got together and they were having a party because they were all going to watch the big game, and somebody just wasn't happy about how the big game ended and they smashed the TV. I swear I've seen this same video now like 8 times of just every Super Bowl, you know, every World Series. It's just, there's always just some dude, like, who invited you to the party? What I don't understand is, actually, you know what? I'm gonna look at it differently. If that guy can make friends, there's nothing stopping you and I from making friends. You know, if you ever feel like making friends is hard for you, like, the guy who got invited to the party, who broke the TV, he got invited to the party. You're not gonna break anybody's TV. So you are deserving of being invited to parties, is where I'm going with all this. If you didn't know that already. I just thought I'd remind you. Well, I've been just drinking this big thing of water, and I'm coming to the realization I was like, probably dehydrated. It's been really hot here, and I was outside yesterday cutting some tree branches. My neighbor was telling me how brave I was for doing this. I was like, I'm only halfway up the ladder. I had to get on a ladder, and the neighbor was helping me. He was holding the ladder for me as I was cutting these branches with the pole chainsaw. And my math was perfect. I didn't get hit by the branch when it swung off the tree. It stopped right in front of me. It was perfect. Anyway, I don't know what I was getting on. I don't know why I brought that up. I've had this tree I've been cutting down. We had a tree, it's just been slowly dying and branches have been falling off, so I've just been going out there and periodically cutting more of it off, and I'm just whittling away at it. Eventually I'll get all the way down to the ground. No rush. We're getting there. It'll give me more time to think about what tree to plant in its place, or what else to put in its place. I think another tree would be good. But maybe something with a bit more shade. I don't know. Is the tree a metaphor? No, it's an actual tree. But I don't remember why I brought it up. Oh yeah, I brought it up because the reason why I think I was feeling so crappy this morning is because I was dehydrated. Because I was outside doing shit. And it's been really hot. And I didn't drink enough water. And I've been drinking all of this water and I'm like, huh, I feel better. Weird. So, drink water. That's the moral of the story. Alright. Before we move on for this next one, I want to try to pull out a positive note. Do you have anybody in your life that has been a positive role model for how to handle anger? If so, would you care to share? You know, thinking about that, it makes me think back to the times where people have been patient with me, even when I may have been being a little shit. You know, we were all little shits at one point. There's no denying it. Well, maybe I'm projecting. Maybe you were a perfect little angel. You know, think back to that person that showed you compassion and patience and kindness when you were at your most annoying. I was a little shit and proud, brother, and proud. I wasn't a bad kid, I was just kind of mischievous. I didn't like to be told what to do, so I was always just like, Just testing boundaries. It's what kids like to do. You probably did it yourself. Kids love to test boundaries. It's one of the ways how they learn how the universe works around them. And so we've all been through it. It's part of our development. You go through a phase where you're just you're very inquisitive, but you don't have the empathy to really know, like, when is a good time to ask this question. And so you might just go up to somebody and ask them a question that you or I might understand within social context. It's just not really appropriate. But when you're kids, you don't pick up on that stuff as much. You're just too inquisitive. You're just asking questions. Little kids are the worst about it, especially when they're like 4 or 5, they're at the grocery store and they're just like pointing at strangers and they're like, "Mommy, why is that person different?" And I'm like, oh my god. I guess we're having this conversation right here in the grocery store. Also, shout out to anybody who has ever been pointed at in a grocery store by a baby. How do I quit porn? With all of your might, with all of your effort and focus and awareness. It's like overcoming any other type of addiction, but it's also got extra layers of complexity to it, because other addictions, we associate them with the substances that we use, but when a behavioral addiction exists, it can be challenging in its own ways because it's part of our biology. It's part of our, our hard code. And so if we're dealing with something like that, we need to come at it with everything we got, because it's something that's buried deep within us. Babies like to smile at me. It's disturbing. That means they like you. Babies always smile at me too. And then their parents are always like, oh, they like you. I'm like, yeah, that's right. Babies love me. I pull well with babies, actually. I think it's because I'm tall too. They're like always, I'm always getting stared at by little children, and I'm always just like, hi. You know, it's kind of awkward. But I will just be getting stared at. It happened just yesterday at the grocery store. There were a bunch of kids there, and there was this one baby just like, they were like playing with the spice. Like they found like a canister of like the onion flakes and the spice shelf, and they were just like shaking it around like a rattle. And then they turn around and look at me and they're like, they just stop what they're doing and they're just like, and then they hold the thing up at me and then they shake it some more and they're like, and I'm like, and then they just go on about whatever they're doing. They're like, okay. It was, it was so funny. They're like, look what I can do. I'm like, cool. And then they just went on about their business. Babies can be so funny. I get a kick out of babies when they're not crying. One last thing before we wrap up this one. Maybe we've been made to feel chronically guilty, or maybe we've been chronically shamed, maybe we've internalized those types of feelings, and these types of feelings can make us want to suppress or just ignore our anger entirely. Maybe we just associate the concept of anger itself with nothing good, nothing productive. It just means hurt for me, or maybe there's, a lot of hard feelings surrounding it. Maybe you did something really awful at a young age out of anger and you just live with a lot of regret with it. Whatever. I'm just throwing out examples. If we have really bad experiences with anger, how does that make us feel about anger as a concept? Or our anger? We associate our anger with the anger that was thrown out towards us. We don't want to recreate that because it was really disturbing to us. So as a result, we end up suppressing some of our natural, healthy feelings because we associate them with being so bad. Alright, I gotta let the dogs back in real quick. I gotta let them outside, and I gotta go let them back in. So give me just a second. I'm just gonna leave this one up here. In the meantime, just think about that question I asked you earlier. Is there anybody that you can think of that has been a positive role model for how to process feelings of anger? If so, what was that like? I'll be right back. Gonna go let the dogs in. No? Well, couldn't be me, because, you know, I can be a bit of a brat. You can't blame me, though, like... I mean, you can. You can hold me accountable for my own behavior, that's fine. Whatever. I was gonna blame my parents, but... I'll be accountable. My parents were just two genuinely like top tier shit talkers. So I learned from the best. I was exposed to many different interesting expressions for anger. Let's just leave it at that. How about your grandparents? Or how about your kindergarten teacher? How about, you know, some older cousin that was a few years older than you? You know, like, just think for a moment. Just... We're trying to change our perspective on anger, and one of the things that's going to really help with that is for you to think about some times in your life where you can recognize that people were handling anger in a healthy way. You might have to do some digging. It's in there, I can guarantee it. You've come across somebody at some point, and it might seem relatively minor right now, but when you start thinking about it more, you'll start to appreciate it more, and it won't feel so small. And so that's kind of why I wanted to let that question settle in for you for a minute before we move on. Because this is a good exercise to try if you're trying to change your perspective on anger. We want a real, tangible, lived example of a time where somebody handled anger in a good way, and that served as a good role model for us. If not, go find one. There's many examples, just in literature, in media, in, you know, testimonials and documentaries, you know, all over the place. So if you can't think of one, go find one. That's your homework. Had very bad examples. When you have very bad examples, those can definitely cast a shadow over all of the others. It can make it harder to, you know, spot the contrary. It doesn't mean that they aren't there, though. And like I said, if you can't think of any, if you can't find any within you, then go find one out within the world. Because I can guarantee you they do exist. I try to be a good role model when I can, but sometimes I just can't help but be petty. It's just too fun. It's just too fun sometimes. I'll admit it. But I feel like everybody should have a thing, you know? I feel like everybody should have the opportunity to, you know, be a bad bitch when they want to. You know, you don't want to do it 24/7, but sometimes the claw's gotta come out. Gandhi, you don't have to try to stack up against Gandhi because you haven't been, well, I mean, unless you've been put into solitary confinement for a long period of time. The thing about that is, like, if I were put into those situations, if I were put into the same circumstances that Gandhi had to go through, then I would try to just find my happiness in being like Gandhi. I'd say, okay, well, now I get to, you know, see what he went through. We're reframing anger. learning how to harness its energy. Because that energy is within you, and wouldn't it be nice if we could convert it into something more productive and less destructive? My third grade teacher? Oh yeah. You'll find that like a lot of elementary school teachers will be some of the nicest, most chill people that you'll ever meet. They're used to having to deal with rambunctious kids all day, and so they're often very, very temperate people, They're able to, keep their cool and be friendly and uplifting and, good example. Now, you probably had some crappy teachers as well, because I know I have, but I didn't have exclusively crappy teachers. And I feel like most people didn't. I feel like the odds of having entirely crappy teachers is very low. And if for some reason that is the case for you, despair not. We'll just find new ones. Just trust in me that they exist and seek them out. I'd like for you to learn from this because I want to see anger be something that can help you instead of something that eats away at you. I've just seen it do too much damage to too many people. Okay? Alright? Let's keep it moving. Anger. It can be an important catalyst for transformation, both inside of us and outside of us. You need to do some. If you ever need to do yard work, it's a great outlet for any anger. Once you start tearing up dirt, moving rocks around, oh yeah. Great outlet. Cutting wood, oh yeah. Now you know why men will just be outside cutting wood, like stereotypically. It's cheaper than therapy. Anger is simply energy. And energy can be directed. The thing about anger is that it can very easily, and often does, direct itself into destructive places. We lash out, we say things we don't mean. Throw stuff. Excuse me, women enjoy yard work and gardening too? Well, yeah, who do you think taught me how to do it? Women understand the significance mentally of gardening and other tasks because they go to therapy. The only reason why I mention men is because they'll be skipping out on therapy. Naughty boys. Naughty boys. Think of anger simply as energy. This can also be a helpful way to help you kind of detach from your own anger. You know, if anger kind of overruns you, instead of, having it tell you what to do, just recognize it as energy and then consider which direction you want it to go into. Productive or destructive. Use it to help you fuel you, to be more resilient, to be more courageous, to seek clarity. When we channel it with intention, anger doesn't need to be a destructive force. It can be a sacred fire. The world needs people who are angry for the right reasons. The world needs people who will do something good and noble with that fire. Oh, Atticus. He hears that Casey's here. Casey's back from the dentist. Oh, okay, buddy. All right. I need to let him out of the room. He's... Ooh, boy. So, don't run from your anger. Don't run from your anger. Listen to it. Learn from it. Let it lead you somewhere powerful. Alright, folks, this has been You Are Right to Be Angry. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? If you want a copy of the slides, you can type !slides in the Discord. Or not in the Discord as well. Alright, so what did you learn? The reason why I wanted to put this presentation together was because you have plenty of reason to be angry right now with how things are in the world, and I don't want you to just sit with that and let it eat away at you. Seen it happen. Seen it happen to too many people. So I want to help you harness that energy. It can be a force that can prop you up and keep you going if you channel it in the right direction. It's a sacred fire, but it is still a fire. You want to handle it appropriately. It'll get your motor going, but it'll get hot if you hold on to it. It also is an important discussion, to realize just how anger can be, framed as only a bad thing. Because a lot of us grow up and the examples that we get, as we've learned today, in discussing, we were trying to think of some examples and we were having a hard time thinking of them. Most of the examples that we get for how you handle anger are dog shit. You just get these god-awful depictions of how to handle anger. Just so many ways of self-destruction or destruction of their environment or destruction of their relationships because of anger. And so if you live in fear of anger because of what anger has done to you, that's a lot of fear that you gotta live with, right? Because it's a part of you. Anger is an undeniable part of who you are. And you want it to be, because there are things in life that we talked about that you do in fact want to be angry about. So we're going to try to tap into that power source. People have been talking about needing more energy. People have been talking to me about needing more rest. I'm like, no, you need to tap into the fire that is lit within you. You got this big fire burning within you. You can either get up and dance around it or lay down and take a nap next to it. Can you think of a comical example of how not to handle anger? Do you have any funny stories from your travels of people doing some really goofy stuff while under the influence of anger? If so, I want to hear them. Then we can end the presentation on a funny note. Tell me, is this a coincidence? The Discord... Okay, hold on. Tell me, is this a coincidence? Ozzy Osbourne died July 22nd. 4 days later, the Discord hits 666 users. Coincidence? When I was a kid, someone in school was mad and punched a brick wall. Ooh. Ooh. That's a good one to learn early. You would rather hit a brick wall when you're a kid and your muscles aren't all that strong rather than do it as like a full-grown adult, because then you could really mess your hand up. You know, doing it as a kid, like, could still hurt, but you're probably not going to hit that hard. Unless you're like a teenager. The guy in 7-Eleven got angry at something. Someone filmed his outburst. The angry guy noticed, then walks up to the camera guy yelling. The camera guy says, "Don't touch me, I'll beat your ass." And then the angry guy quips back, "Then you would be filming your own crime." Would you say that this presentation has helped to shift your perspective on anger? This is the post-presentation survey. I'm taking a survey. Trying to rate your satisfaction. Mission accomplished. If you have any ideas on topics that you'd like to go over, drop them in the Discord. We've got the Stream Ideas channel. Coming up soon, we have this one. I want to talk about how cognitive restructuring works. Once yelled at a bank teller in the lobby, stormed out, and I felt so embarrassed for literally days afterwards. Oh yeah, if we want to do any self-stories, that works too. We've all had those moments where we've acted out in frustration. Let me think. I don't know if I've done anything too goofy. I'm trying to think. Cognitive restructuring sounds interesting. Yeah, it's we're just gonna go into like the neurology of it a little bit, and we're gonna talk about how it operates. Your brain can change itself, and in changing itself, you can learn how to think new ways. So the way that you think right now isn't locked in necessarily. You know, we can do some shifting around. We can think differently. And we do that by cognitive restructuring. Have you ever been angry and you like overexert yourself as like Like you're lifting something or throwing something and you just end up like making a mess. You end up getting dirty. Oops. Anyway, this one was fun. I posted a copy in the Discord. I've never been one to throw shit. That's one I don't really get. People who will get angry and then throw stuff, like their game controllers. I don't understand people who break game controllers. I have never broken a game controller by throwing it. I have only ever had game controllers break through like overuse or, you know, maybe they got dropped or something, but like I've never thrown a controller. If you throw your controller, you need to replace it with just gently setting the controller down. Like whenever I get frustrated, like a boss has just been whipping my ass, I just make a motion of like, I'll take the controller and I'll just gently set it down on the table. Find my center. Let's take a breather. All right, we need to calm down. We need to focus here. We've got... What you'll notice is that you always beat the boss whenever you're just like calm. You always beat the boss whenever you're like, huh, I wasn't expecting that to be the run. I just kind of did it. Huh, interesting. Those ones where you're just like real mad. It's like you get sloppy when you're mad. You might get lucky, but for the most part, it's just not the way to do it. Some of my high school friends were controller throwers. None of my friends were controller throwers either. You know, maybe if they were, I would have learned it from them. It just wasn't normalized for me. I'm like, why would I break my controller? I want to play the game. I don't want to not have a controller. I broke the block button in Sekiro during the final boss fight. Oh no. Oh no. It finally gave out. Got another controller and beat him. Oh yeah. Alright, chat, I've got some questions in the box, so I got some work to do. I gotta get to it. We got like 5 questions in here, I gotta get to work. Alright, here we go. Basically, 7 years ago, I said the best way my father could help me is by granting me early inheritance and leaving me alone. My dad said, God has not shown me that helping you is what I must do. I will not disobey him. He also said if God told me, I would sell everything and give it to you. So he's just waiting for God to tell him what to do. Sometimes when you're dealing with people who think this type of way, you have to approach it using their own logic. Like, you don't need to win your dad over to your side, you just need to win God over to your side. And then come to your dad with new information. Seven years later, I just got done with my second family meeting, July 9th, about my mental health. They are all willing to help me pay for therapy. The issue is that I don't need therapy. I need the practical ability to maintain and finish building the therapy I created. A therapist could help you with that. You know, the cool thing about therapy, it can be a collaborative effort. It can be a group project. The thing about going to therapy is that if they're good at what they do, they will find what works for you and make it work. If it gets you to living a better life and you feel more peace and comfort, that's the goal. Doesn't really matter so much how you get there. So if you have your own internal therapeutic approach, that's totally fine, and working with a therapist could help you to finish that out. Maybe you just need that outside perspective. Maybe you need that validation. Maybe you need to share your ideas and then have, hear the therapist saying, that's a good idea. I like that approach. I'm glad that that works for you. So there's stuff that you can get from therapy that could potentially be what you're looking for. Why pay a therapist to stop me from working so that they could talk to me about why I can't afford to continue the therapy that is already proving its effectiveness? I'm curious what this therapy is now. I'm looking for someone who may hear my experience and potentially write a letter of approval for my self-development therapy. I am open about my mental health and life experiences. I believe suffering shared equals grace. I'm willing to answer questions and provide detailed context. P.S. I don't want your money, just, Pokey. I am sober, non-suicidal, positive mental health. I live at home with my wife, 2 daughters, and we maintain a healthy relationship. I've sided and roofed 24 hours, 95% houses. 20 plus years, 95% alone versus 20 plus years of untreated, overlooked, and often being punished for having symptoms which incurred while experiencing severe forms of neglect and abuse, along with my family's vocal willingness to help while not acutely helping. Well, maybe they don't know how to help. That's the thing. The unfortunate truth about family is that sometimes they want to help you, but they don't know how to help you. Rather, they've consistently triggered mental health symptoms and my current situation. Well, it sounds like therapy is the way, one way or another, but I think, working with and collaborating with somebody who also understands the therapeutic mindset, that might give you some of the validation and the guidance that you might be looking for. To just talk to another reasonable, rational adult about the things that you've endured and the things that you have overcome, and to feel some validation. I kind of answered this one already, but I'm gonna revisit it real quick. I think this was from chat earlier. But still, definitely one worth talking about, so we'll revisit it. How do I quit porn addiction? Porn addiction is tricky because it's an addiction that involves a behavior rather than addiction that involves like a substance. And so it may share a lot of similarities, but at its core, it has a innate biological component. You know, we are wired to reproduce. We are wired for sex to feel good. You know, and so whenever we are addicted to stuff that exists within that realm of psychology, you know, sex addiction, porn addiction, you know, the many different types of expression for that type of energy, it taps into some pretty base biological urges. And so if we're gonna quit porn addiction, we have to take it very seriously. We can't trust ourselves around it. We're gonna have to block it, we're gonna have to restrict access, and we're gonna have to find something else to channel that energy into. Because that energy's not going away, we were just keeping it quiet with porn. And so it needs to find a new outlet. Maybe it could be working out, maybe it could be art, maybe it could be gardening, maybe it could be playing an instrument. Find what works for you. Try to find something that feels deeply fulfilling, because that's part of the reason why porn addiction can be so bad is because it kind of tickles that part of your brain that gives the sensation of deep fulfillment, mission accomplished, because you're satisfying a deep, innate biological urge. And so if you're gonna overcome porn addiction, you need to replace it with something that's deeply meaningful to you. Otherwise, it's just not gonna hit the same. All right. TLDR, find a replacement, make it meaningful, cut off access, don't trust yourself alone with your addiction. You know, if you were an alcoholic, you wouldn't trust yourself in a house full of alcohol. If you were addicted to, you know, a drug, you wouldn't hang out where people are smoking the drug. You have to restrict access. You know, that may mean putting some safeguards up. Putting a block on your phone. And your computer. Getting rid of your dirty magazines. Sometimes I will see a take and agree with it, only to find that it is problematic, then I feel guilty. There's a take that I agreed with, only to find them getting fried in chat and comments. I always feel thankful I didn't comment, because I too would have been fried. This doesn't necessarily mean that you agree with the take. Let me explain. Within humans, there is a bias called the anchoring bias, meaning that the first opinion or thing that you learn about something, the more sticky it is. And so if you hear a take on something, and this is the first you've ever heard a take on this thing, it tends to stick with you, regardless of whether it lines up with your values and your morals and your ethics, because that all gets figured out later. The anchoring bias is a very quick acting thing, because we kind of like to have a general idea of, do I agree with this or do I not agree with this? And we kind of make that as a snap decision. Which pile do I put this in? But then we actually filter through it later, because that takes longer. You know, I've got to measure up this take against my values, my experiences, my dreams, everything, you know, the context of the world I live in. And that takes time to do. You know, and so the longer you think about it, the more you realize, like, okay, I see now why that is problematic because of these reasons. And so this is not my belief. I don't stand with this belief. This was, you know, initially on paper, at a glance, I thought, okay, yeah, maybe this could work. But then I sat down and thought about it, and I realized it didn't work. That's it. Doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means that at a glance, you're like, huh. And you tried to figure it out. That's it. You weren't like lost in the sauce. You weren't like promoting this idea after like a lot of thought and effort and application. It's like, no. Like, you didn't buy the t-shirt. You aren't waving the flag off of your truck. So yeah, don't beat yourself up over that. It's called the anchoring bias, or there's different names for that kind of stuff. It's like, you could call it like a immediacy bias, or different names, but the underlying effect is that the first bit of information you get about a thing, the stickier it is, and that's kind of the thing that all of your other knowledge latches to. And so that initial take, that's just the seed that starts the process of developing your understanding of whatever the fuck it is that you're thinking about. So that doesn't mean you necessarily agree with it. It took time and reflection to realize that I did not agree with it. It's like, you didn't see all of that hate and then not think that it wasn't problematic. You realized that it was problematic by seeing all of these other people's viewpoints on it. That was you doing research, that was you learning, and that was you not holding on to that belief in spite of all that, voice of disdain. So this is a good thing. This is also why you don't want to rush to agree with stuff, especially if it's stuff that you don't fully understand. It's always good to just take a moment to process what it is you're thinking about before you get behind it one way or the other. Your knee-jerk reaction was, yeah, sure, that sounds good. Kind of like if I was just like, hey, do you agree with this take? Free money for everybody. Like, at a knee-jerk, I'm like, hell yeah, brother, free money for everybody? And then you're like, wait a second, hold on. Like unlimited money? Like just a certain amount of money? Like how much money? I'm like, I need to think about this more. I need to process this. I need to flesh this idea out because I don't want it to be a bad idea. I want it to be a good idea. So yeah, don't take it as a reflection of your beliefs or your morals or your value as a person because your initial reaction ended up being wrong. You parsed it out. You figured it out. Good. There's also the consideration that the community you're in can define good and bad takes. It's true. It kind of depends where you're at, who has home field advantage. I don't know about you, but Twitter is just, it's the same for you, because you all, if you've been on Twitter lately, it's like, it's gotten very vile. It's gotten absolutely disgusting. Just like rampant bigotry, and just, it's terrible. And then all the comments are just agreeing with it. I'm just like, it's probably just a bunch of bots at this point, right? I'm like, I don't think can't be that many fools out there, but I don't know. Could be. Anyway, don't sweat it. Could you talk a little bit more about how internalized anger turns into depression and other mental health issues? Sure, let's talk about it. Based on the context of, what we've been talking about, we understand that you are valid in feeling angry. There's no sense in denying that anger does not exist within you in some capacity, is what I'm trying to say. Everybody's got some anger right now. That anger needs an outlet. It needs to find somewhere to go. And when we internalize it, if we aren't able to direct it into something else, if we aren't able to turn it into something productive, or we don't find someone or something else to project it onto, we keep it. And it starts to stink. It goes bad. we're carrying around this anger, and we feel like we shouldn't be with it as an angry person, but I just can't help but feel like I'm just angry all the time. I don't know what's wrong with me. And so you have this feeling that's supposed to be there because there are things in the world that frustrate you and things that you want to change, things that you would like to make better. But you feel like that feeling shouldn't be there because you're not an angry person. You don't want to be an angry person, but you can't help but be frustrated all the time. And so it just creates confusion and self-doubt and all sorts of things that just end up getting layered and layer upon them until it ends up developing into something like depression or anxiety or sometimes even health issues. You say other mental health issues, physical health issues too. It can actually make you sick. It can give you GI troubles, it can raise your blood pressure, it can, In my experience, after several years of not having a healthy outlet for the anger, it turns into depression/anxiety over how helpless you feel / how pointless things seem. Exactly. Well said. I feel like I've just been angry all the time, and it's like, for what? Like, what do I have to show for it? What has it done for me? Nothing's ever gonna change. Everything's gonna be the same. It's that learned helplessness. Either way, that energy is going to be within you. That energy that we call anger, that we associate with being just a bad thing, try to channel it into something meaningful. Drive it into your motivation. Make art out of it. Find something beautiful to make with it. If you just leave it to sit, it's just going to get moldy in your fridge, and that's just going to be a real mess to clean. It's like a big moldy cantaloupe just sitting in the back of your fridge, staring at you. Just oozing. My mom is borderline, so feeling angry is like losing my identity and feeling like I'm her. It makes perfect sense that you would feel that way. If we're raised by a parent who has some very over-the-top expressions of anger, that's the picture that is next to the definition of the word anger within the dictionary of our mind. Or I guess it would be more like an encyclopedia. But whatever. There's a picture. It's your mom's picture. It's next to the word anger. That makes sense. Now let's just think for a moment how wonderful it could be if you were to reclaim that energy for yourself. Because right now you're dedicating it all to her. That energy could be something meaningful and productive for you, for the people that you care about. It's just energy. And right now it's all going to mom. Wouldn't it be nice to reclaim it? Turn it into something cool? Like a vase or a garden bed? What you're doing is you're slowly erasing the definition of anger in your mind, and you're changing what it means for you. What your mom showed you was just one example of how a person can express their anger. There's so many different things that you can do with that energy. Productive over destructive, unless you've got some destructing to do, in which case anger being destructive can be a good thing. You know, maybe you gotta tear out an old toilet, maybe you gotta rip up some old tile, maybe you gotta rip up some sheetrock, maybe you gotta break some rocks with a sledgehammer, maybe you gotta chop some wood. Anger is energy. Hate for you to miss out on it. I think that the DSM labels allow people to cover up domestic violence, drug addiction, trauma, anger, and problems arising from toxic gender roles, toxic masculinity. How can I help express this to my male friends and family who still believe that ADHD is biologically rooted chemical imbalances or otherwise hide their negative traits behind the label system? For example, commenting on the quality of time I had with my ex-friend necessarily meant that he'd blame his ADHD for always scrolling on his phone, or otherwise he thought he needed to lock himself inside to work on himself until he wasn't visibly ADHD. Aren't you just overjoyed that we live in a world where we now have a convenient, we have a convenient clinical reason why we just might not feel like doing something right now, or being inconsiderate, or being dismissive, or being inattentive? I feel like there are people who like to take advantage of the fact that you can just say, oh, I have anxiety, or oh, I have ADHD, just as an excuse to be an asshole. Now, you may have ADHD, but you can have ADHD and be an asshole at the same time. It's not mutually exclusive. So I'm not saying you don't have ADHD. You could very well. I'm not saying you make it up. I'm just saying you use it as an excuse to be a dick, is all. I'm not trying to make anybody who has ADHD feel invalid. I'm just saying that I've met assholes with ADHD. Got one looking at you right now. The thing about ADHD is you can work on it. It can get better. You can develop techniques that help you to do the things that you might be struggling to do. I feel like some people do like to lean on it as an excuse. I'm not saying you do, I'm just saying. I also had an ex-boyfriend blame rage outbursts on it as well. Oh, how convenient. How convenient. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think rage outburst is one of the listed symptoms, since you mentioned the DSM. Like, me personally, I don't think having rage outbursts has anything to do with ADHD. Like, sure, ADHD can be frustrating, but that's, if you have a rage issue, that's a completely different issue. That's your response. problem with people learning about disorders but not actually understanding how mental health operates or how the system works or how diagnosing works. It's like people can know just enough to be dangerous. I've often been left in extremely dangerous situations with men who initially tell me they are seeking treatment for something, then never really take it seriously and seem to enjoy being sick more than enjoying getting better. Having worked in the mental health field, I've met people of all shapes and sizes who were the same way. So, your experiences are primarily with men. I've seen it with just about any type of person you could think of. Some people get kind of hooked on the sympathy and attention that you get by being sick. It's kind of twisted. It's like they're very desperate for validation and compassion, and that's how they get it. It's nasty business. What you'll notice is that you will hear many more people tell you, I'm working on it, than you will, I worked through it. You know, like, I got over it. It's so easy to just tell somebody, like, I'm working on it. Like, if you have a crappy behavioral trait, if you're just, you know, it's so easy to just say, like, you know, I'll get better, I'll work on it, I'll go to therapy. It's just like, it's just words until you actually do it. So you'll hear a lot more people showing that, yeah, I'm doing it, don't worry, I'm taking care of it, like, you got nothing to worry about, I'll handle it. Like, you hear that so more often than the number of people who say that versus the number of people who actually do it. It's makes me feel that I'm going to really hurt people's feelings who strongly believe the DSM is part of their identity. It shouldn't be! The DSM should not be a part of your identity. You don't want to develop your identity around a mental illness? Are you foolish? A mental illness is something you work through. A mental illness is something you receive treatment for. It's something you get better. It's something you improve. This is a frustrating occurrence that does occur within the mental health field. You will see people who get a diagnosis and they're just like, oh, okay, well, that explains it. All right, see you later. And they just go on doing whatever the fuck they were doing. Like, oh, so you say I'm bipolar. Okay, very cool. All right, thanks. Oh, so I have ADHD and anxiety. All right, thank you for letting me know. They just wanted a label that they could stick to. And see, the thing is they could go to different doctors and they could get different labels. Because there's a lot of discrepancy and disagreement within the diagnosing itself. And so adhering to a specific diagnosis doesn't even make sense. Some people are just very desperate for a sense of identity, and they'll even adhere to a label of, oh, what flavor of mentally ill am I? What Salient said is also true. There's a lot of overlap in the DSM for a purpose, because you know, you might go see one doctor and get one diagnosis, and then you see a different doctor and they give you a diagnosis that's similar but not quite the same. It doesn't matter because the treatment for them is the exact same. The diagnosis exists so that at a glance, a practitioner can assess you. That's it. Don't form your identity around it. It's like forming your identity around a pimple. It's like forming your identity around. It's like forming your identity around a broken leg. If you had a broken leg, would you form your identity around it? Would you go through the rest of your life identifying as a broken-legged person? No, you would be the person who broke their leg and you had to go through a recovery period and you had to go through treatment and it got better, and you know what? Sometimes it still aches, but you know, for the most part, I'm good. I sometimes feel like people are so desperate for a sense of identity that they will cling to whatever it is that people will tell them, even if that's a diagnostic label. I'm guessing because of internalized ableism, they cannot hear about what they perceive as weakness, sickness, yet at the same time seem really to make use of the I am sick status without pursuing treatment in good faith. We have a word for that type of person: a sociopath. You're giving them a lot of credit with the internalized ableism. Giving them a lot of credit with that one. Like, this is the type of person who would fake being in a wheelchair to get better concert tickets. Or to skip the line at Disneyland. It's sociopathic. Frankly, it also scares me that people use ADHD tags on Twitch for this reason, that this hasn't been discussed that often. Last time I saw it was during Elon Meltdown blaming things on autism. I think that ADHD and the DSM in general suffers from the same opaqueness. When people say my ADHD, it could mean 30 things. Oh, yep, you're right on the money with that one. This is what TikTok has done to mental health. Now everything's a symptom. We have taken regular quirks and challenges, and we have turned every one of them into a symptom. Everything's a symptom now. You ever have any difficulty with anything ever? Symptom. It should have been easy for you. But it wasn't, so it must be a symptom of something, right? Like you have to be sick because things were a challenge. That's how TikTok treats mental health. And so you've got people diagnosing themselves with stuff that they clearly don't have because, you know, sometimes I just get so focused in work that I skip lunch and I forget to eat lunch. That must be a symptom, right? Like possibly within context of other things. Like we have to take into consideration all sorts of things. Like, are you eating breakfast? Are you eating dinner? Or do you have a snack? Like, are you losing weight? Are you gaining weight? Are you trying to lose weight? Are you trying to gain weight? We have to fight back against the brain rot because brain rot is literally overtaking a lot of mental health discussion. saw a TikTok that was like, do you suddenly stop playing you used to love? That could be a sign of ADHD. It's brain rot. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back on there ever because it's just, oh my god, it's terrible. It's terrible. Like, do you ever microwave something and then forget it in the microwave? ADHD. Do you ever pour a cup of coffee and then forget about it? ADHD. Do you ever get a text message and then forget to respond for a couple days? Fill in the blank. It's all fucking ADHD these days. But in the 2000s, it was like mental health didn't exist. Yeah, we've overcorrected. We've overcorrected and we lost the plot. No, we've pathologized everything. Everything is a symptom now. Every little behavioral quirk, every difficulty, every awkward moment, every fumble and slip, people take it and they treat it as if this is evidence that there's something wrong with me. The thing that people forget, or the thing that people just flat out don't understand about diagnosis, since we talk about the DSM and about diagnosis, is that the things that happen in there, 95, 99, but somewhere between 95, a big percentage of the things that are listed in there are things that will happen to just about everybody in some way, shape, or form, or in some small capacity. And so this is why you don't want to diagnose yourself. Because you're going to read as a symptom sometimes defies authority, and you're going to think back to that time in the 3rd grade where you said no to your teacher, and you'll be like, oh my god, I do defy authority because I did it that one time. And it's like, a person who's actually diagnosing you will tell you that that doesn't matter. Why can't we have balance in humanity? Because we exist in a paradoxical state. The sooner you let go of everything, the sooner you can have it all. I think the convo needs to be continued with ADHD, especially considering the side effects of the first-line treatments of stimulants. Yep. You think that's not going to bite us in the ass? The overprescription of stimulant medications? Stimulant medications don't do fuck all to actually treat ADHD. What it does is it just makes whatever it is you are doing more rewardable. It makes it feel better to do things. And so if that thing just so happens to be your work, your spreadsheets, responding to emails, you're going to be much more eager to do it because it chemically feels better in your brain. That's how those medications work. See, now where I am at is, you know what, maybe people just aren't meant to do those things. Maybe the reason why we have such a hard time doing our work is because the work sucks. Maybe we want it to feel fulfilling. Maybe we want it to feel satisfying. Maybe we want to feel like we're properly paid. We have all sorts of different reasons why we wouldn't want to do those things that we're forced to do, and yet we blame ourselves for it. We're like, there must be something wrong with me. I must have a disorder because I don't want to do Excel spreadsheets. It's like, you know? Maybe we just weren't built for that. Maybe we were built for something different and we weren't made to just, you know, grind away in an office all day. leaving work. Oh, yeah. If many people combine their meds with alcohol and socialize, it's true. A lot of people still believe that the medications affect people with ADHD differently, which turned out to be a corporate scam as far as I understand. Yeah, absolutely. Total fucking like, what do you mean it does something different in your brain? It does the same fucking shit. We got the same fucking brain. Maybe yours is wired a little bit different, but we got the same hardware. It's not gonna just magically do something different. The pill doesn't know that you have ADHD and it's like, oh, I know what to do. This is the type of brain I need to be in. Like, no, it just triggers the release of more dopamine. It makes things more pleasurable to do. And so you do those things. It's more tolerable to do those things. Now, a lot of people are put into a position where they feel like I have to do these things because it's contingent to my survival. It doesn't feel good knowing that whatever it is you have to do for a living is how you stay alive. The fact that there's no safety net, the fact that you might not be able to retire, the fact that you are overworked and underpaid. There are many different things that they could do structurally to make it so that you don't need that medication. The medication is how you cope with a broken system. That's my belief. Feel free to disagree. Basically, if I'm enjoying the spreadsheets, I know I'm unwell. You enjoy them in those moments because those are moments where you need order and structure, and you find that in the spreadsheet. Thank you, that'll be $100. Either way, I get annoyed with just the overuse of the term ADHD and just how it's definitely overplayed. You know, it is a thing, but it's probably not what you think it is because there's what they want you to think it is, and then there's what it actually is. It seems to me that most people self-diagnose anyway, so what would be a good way to talk to people who are sensitive about questions or skepticism of the entire framework? I think the term neurodiversity suffers from similar problems of opaqueness, so I'm looking for new language in which to engage people with. Wow, you are approaching these discussions with the best faith. You are approaching these conversations with a tremendous amount of faith. That is very commendable. I would try to filter them out. You know, I would ask them, like, so you received a diagnosis? Do you care to, will you be okay with talking about it? You know, if a person has a diagnosis and you want to talk to them about it, I generally like to begin with just asking them for permission. Like, is that okay with you if we talk about it? Because for some people, it's a sensitive subject. Other people, they can't wait to talk about it. You don't know, though, and you don't want to assume, so I like to start off with, would it be okay if I asked you some questions? I would begin by asking them, so how were you diagnosed? If they self-diagnosed themselves, you can dismiss the diagnosis. It could be accurate, but self-diagnosis is tremendously flawed. There's a reason why doctors don't diagnose themselves. You can be a doctor who can diagnose people. You still wouldn't diagnose yourself because the diagnosis of the self is an inherently flawed process. You are biased in your own perspective. You need the outside viewpoint. And so self-diagnosis does not work. It is faulty. You might overplay things, you might underplay things. It's just, it doesn't work. Grateful if you would have the ability to bring this up on stream in a mostly male audience for them to discuss. Hey men, where are my men at? I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't know if I have a mostly male audience. I feel like it's more evenly split than that. Where are my boys? I know there's at least 5 of you. I thought it would be useful to hear this from a domestic violence angle because it's still taboo to bring up for the most part, and it has put me in physical danger with some of my ex-boyfriends who on the surface maybe even appeared progressive for talking about therapy stuff in the first place. What do you all think? Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to talk about this. You know, you got me fired up now. So, there's nothing quite as despicable as people who will take therapeutic information, therapeutic terms, therapy stuff, and weaponize it. That's despicable. But the thing is that people who are manipulative, they will use whatever tools that are available to them. And so that may be weaponizing mental health. Domestic abuse, domestic violence has no excuse. Mental health is not an excuse. It does not make any of these behaviors permissible. Mental health can provide an explanation, but it does not make an excuse. It can help to explain why you did the things that you did, but it does not make them okay. And so anybody who takes a diagnosis and uses that as a free pass to just get away with being a shitty person, that's a shitty person. You can be mentally ill and a shitty person. They're not mutually exclusive. So yeah, be mindful of people who will weaponize therapy speak and who will, you know, put on the song and dance that they're changing and that they're working on themselves and that they're growing, because they know the words, they know the song and dance, and it's just an effort to maintain control over you. It's just a way to get you to stay. You know, if they can't put their money where their mouth is, then it's just all talk. I hope I'm not one of those people. You aren't. Do you think those people are watching the fucking Brain Domain? No. No? They're probably playing Call of Duty. The people who just say they're working on it but aren't actually working at it, they don't hang out in spaces like this. They just want to leverage people's sympathy and compassion. It's sociopathic. Same issue with NPD though. You talk all sorts of dark shit over your mom and be like, hey, yo, aren't I low-key like that though? See, the thing is, we all have narcissistic traits. Everybody does. It's just about recognizing them and doing something about them so that they don't run your life and ruin all your relationships. It's just a way of protecting ourselves from pain. You know, we avoid blame, we resist accountability, we try to hold ourselves in a positive light, we seek out we seek out recognition and affirmation. It's a natural tendency because it's basic human instincts. You know, we want that social approval, we want that uplifting. It's something that you need to be aware of, and it's something that you are well suited to work through. But everybody does it in some way, shape, or form. Well, all you can do is be aware of it and work on it. You know, having narcissistic traits is just human. Having a narcissistic personality disorder, that's just the most extreme example of a person that overly relies on those traits. It's a defense mechanism, and some people get really carried away by their defense mechanisms. I had so many people insist that I was autistic when I was younger that I started to believe it must be true and did the thing you mentioned with self-diagnosing, where I read about autistic traits and thought, well, I can think of one example of myself doing that, so I guess that ticks the box. It turns out I meet 0 of the actual diagnostic criteria for autism. I just had anxiety/trauma when I was younger that externally exhibited in a couple ways that people associate with autism on a surface level. Not really a question, just reaffirming that armchair/self-diagnosis has gotten out of hand. Thank you for sharing that story. You know, and it also just goes to show that a diagnosis can really, cover up other stuff sometimes. Like in your case, it was anxiety and trauma, and it just kind of got overlapped with this. They were too busy focusing on what to call you and how to label you than they were on how to help you. And that's just something that people tend to do. People like to be so quick to point something out or name something or identify something, but the number of people who want to just point things out versus the number of people who actually want to do something about it. Talk is cheap, as they say. It's so hard to differentiate your behavior from a toxic parent's, since they're such a strong model for you, so being aware of it is your tool for mitigating it. True, and that's the start. That's the start, because let's look at that roadmap. Let's think about that roadmap for healing real quick. Let's say that you had parents with toxic traits. Doesn't matter so much the specifics, let's just say that your parents had toxic traits and it influenced you in some type of way. What does the pathway to healing look like? It starts with awareness. I recognize that my parents had some toxic traits and that it influenced me in some way. That's where it begins. Then what you continue to do is just go further and further into that awareness. I can now know more specifically in what ways I have been affected. I have found where my wounds are. A lot of people will stop there. A lot of people will stop there because to progress past this point can hurt, because finding out where you're wounded leads into how do I heal these wounds? Most people they might figure out where their wounds are, but they carefully avoid ever thinking about or talking about or, processing that pain. They just keep those wounds, they know where they are so that they can label them and then work around them. Not realizing, of course, that doing that just perpetuates them. It just keeps them going. It just delays healing. You're having to live around the pain. You go further and further into that awareness. I understand exactly how I am hurting, and in understanding exactly how I hurt, I now understand how I heal. Part of uncovering all of that will involve understanding why your parents were the way that they were. Why me? Why did I get them as parents? Why did they treat me the way that they did? Is it something that I did? Did I deserve to be treated that way? Or was it just what they learned from their parents? When you start to see the pattern emerging, you start to see this trauma that has been passed down from generation to generation. As we've grown more aware, as we've grown more compassionate, as we've grown more empathetic, we realize deeper and deeper the nature of these wounds. It's a really wonderful moment when you reach that point where you decide that the hurt stops with you. You can see that that hurt has been passed down from your great-great-great-grandparents on down to your parents and right on to you. It's a really powerful moment to recognize that and to understand that it stops with me. This is one family tradition I'm not going to pass down. And I think that the more you think about it and the more you understand it, the more you realize that that trend has been happening the entire time. Every generation has been motivated to do a little better, to be a little better than the generation that came before them. I'm going to be a little bit better to my kids than my parents were to me. Genuinely excited as I work through this certificate to get to review and put stuff into practice stuff I learned with this stream. Just had a little epiphany about that, and it put a smile on my face. That calls for a W. Isn't learning together fun? Yeah, self-diagnosis has gotten way out of hand. Just spend 5 minutes on TikTok and you'll see more of it than you ever care to. You'll just see so many ridiculous things. Be like, do you ever lose your car keys? Could be that you have a mental disorder. Do you ever forget where you put the remote? Do you ever forget to eat dinner until 10 p.m.? Do you ever forget to check the mail for a couple days? It's all just the most average, banal, human behaviors you've ever seen, and people are just pathologizing everything. And that's what I find frustrating is it's the pathologizing of everything. Everything's now a symptom. Everything is a part of a disorder. It's normal to have struggles. It's normal to have challenges. It's part of how you learn and grow. It doesn't mean that you're ill. It just means that you're growing. The other fucked up thing is, you know, you're most likely toxic because you came from a toxic home, and then you're like passive and people start eating you alive and shit. I find it's really satisfying in life to surround yourself with people who are genuinely interested in your well-being. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10. Alrighty, everybody. I think that's gonna be it for today. What a nice full day we had, huh? What a nice time we've had. Pooped, and I need to go make some dinner. Alright, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Hope you all have a great night. See you all tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow with some more good stuff. Hope you all have a great night. See you all later. Don't forget, have fun. That's the rule. You better not show up tomorrow without having fun. You better not show up without having done your homework. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to flunk you. I'm gonna make Cutie Cheeks get out the ruler. Wait, no, I take that back. All right, see you later, cuties. You just got off the phone with your mom. Did you tell her I said hi? Hopefully not, because that would be weird.